Welcome everybody to this general summary of Critical Neuroscience, the Mind-Body Connection, a course that occupied our mind, our soul, our brain for 15 weeks. I really am grateful for all the work that all students put into understanding the materials, discussing the topics, and providing their personal opinion, their take on very important aspects of the weekly discussions that we had in regard to multiple subfields of neuroscience. Again, some of the topics that we discussed at the very beginning of the semester had to do more with a biological, materialistic based perspectives on what the brain functions, structures, and underpinnings in terms of neural correlates of cognitions, memory, behavior, attention, etc. And toward the central part of the semester, we venture into more theoretical, analytical aspect of neuroscience. We talked about mathematical logics. We talked about different perspectives taken from sociology, from anthropology, even from politics that define the way we live and exist in this world. And toward the end of the semester, I do to say we embraced a fully philosophical, and why not, a spiritual, transcendental approach to understand our minds, our cognitive processes, what it means to be human. And this week will be just a review of those very discussions we had throughout the semester. And it's also an opportunity to express my gratitude for all the hard work that you all done as part of the weekly assignments. Without further ado, let's begin. Wonderful. Now, since we took care of the basic background and how to navigate the course structure, social media elements, and by the way, you will find more information in that regard on Module 1, I would like to start with the first topic for this semester, which will be a general introduction of the textbook. Now, in the next video, you will see a general overview of the philosophical, literary reason as to why the textbook was written in the first place. So I recommend you check out that video for that specific reason. But today I would like to take a look at neuroscience in general. So let's begin with an overview, a general introduction. Now, the textbook started with a scientific re-examination of the mind-body problem is the subtitle of this study on critical neuroscience. It presents a very difficult task, a struggle many scientists and philosophers have been dealing with since time immemorial. Is there anything that can be said about such an incredibly complex topic? Anything at all which can be added to the conversation? Our main goal is to present a brief summary of the most important theories and experimental studies conducted so far on the correlation between mind and body. So as you can say, this would be an attempt, a human-based philosophical attempt to understand such complexity, a complexity that really becomes one of the best descriptors of who we are as human beings. Are we our mind? Are we our bodies? And by our body, do we mean our brain? And by our mind, do we mean our spirit, our soul? Now, those are existential questions that are very intriguing and define the line of perspective that this textbook is taking. Okay, so what do we mean by critical neuroscience? Well, there are two main aspects of this adjective, critical. One is the clinical perspective, and the other one is the more philosophical perspective. So let's take a look at the textbook again. Critical neuroscience has a double balance. It is critical in the epistemological sense of providing a criticism of the assumption, methods, methodologies, theories, techniques, and technology, and observation, interpretation results in neuroscientific research. So as you can tell, this will be the evidence-based perspective we use in everyday science, in laboratory science, and of course, in those sciences that are mainly focused on the amelioration, improvement of human well-being. For instance, medicine and psychology. But it's also critical in the sense of applied and applicable to critical, clinical, medical, and philosophical existential situations. In other words, we are talking about a critical situation or emergency that is both situated in a social sense, anthropological sense, but also in a historical sense or philosophical sense, and in regard to embodied cognition, and truly emergent, from the Latin ex mergere. As we stated, some crucial elements in this analysis have already been presented in other works. I have provided a general overview of recommended texts at the bottom of the syllabus. Please take a look at those. But I want to make sure that all students have the opportunity to review the most important concepts presented therein by virtue of taking a look at each week's lecture. So in other words, you do not have to purchase other textbooks or other materials for this course. Everything will be provided as part of each week module. What does it mean to be human? How do we know what we know? Now, general disclaimer here, this is not a course in philosophy or history of philosophy, so there will be certain areas that, if you are interested, warrant a much more in-depth examination. But from the perspective of what it means to be human, neuroscience has a lot to say. The concept of primacy of perception is part of scientific philosophical debate on consciousness under the framework of existence over essence, thus presenting themes akin to the once found existentialism or matter over mind, albeit with possible subjectivity over objectivity. What does it mean? Well, it's the usual debate of, or I dare to say, against postmodernism. A debate that is predicated upon the assumption that there should be something like a universal knowledge. By universal knowledge, we do not necessarily mean a knowledge that is accessible by anybody regardless of their training. This type of knowledge is an in-depth knowledge that might be accessible only to specialists in every field, but the assumption is that anybody with proper training would be able to access such knowledge. Against this perspective, you might find a variety of criticism, very often under the big umbrella of postmodernist philosophy, for which I would recommend you to do some more work to find out who these postmodernist authors are. There is a focus on this subjectivity because we as human beings are the ones that will analyze and be analyzed in this process. So in other words, there's this double hermeneutics, Anthony Giddens would term as, that makes us both the observed item as well as the observing scientist. And that makes things even more complicated because neuroscience, it's a field, again, at the intersection between medical sciences, hard sciences like biology, for instance, physics, as well as a more non-directly applied science such as theoretical mathematics, for instance, never mentioning the focus on philosophy. So we become the center of the attention of such focus. If I am my brain and therefore I do not have a full control on it, because the very concept of I makes really no sense or close to no sense at all, because the brain has its own meaning, might be too strong a word, but its own capacity to control things for which I'm not present as a self. Then how can I be taken accountable if some of my actions are not correct, for instance, in the best case scenario, effective in the best case scenario, or from a legal standpoint, inappropriate, as in unethical or immoral? And if those actions are deemed to be immoral and unethical, who's the judge? Where does the moral component come from? Is morality in itself a product, or according to some, a byproduct of matter? And by matter, usually we think about evolutionary biology. Well, in the introduction in the textbook, some of this is summarized with an equation. So I encourage you to go on page 8, and you can see here the big M, the capital M, that stands for matter. Again, no bias here. Just sheer alphabetical order, and the small m as in mind. So in the first case, you can see big M is bigger than smaller m. So in this context here, you can see that there is matter over mind, and in the second case, the opposite. Okay. mind over matter. Okay, so what is matter? As usual, they say never mind, right? And what is mind? It doesn't matter. That's the usual joke that very often is associated with the mind-body problem. And then below this basic statement, you can see the intrinsic difference between being equivalent and equal. Okay, can we claim that the equivalency between mind and matter is the same as equality between mind and matter? Well, of course, we are talking about two different mathematical categories here, and so below you'll see that the following equations are illogical, not logically possible. But of course, it's a very complex topic to discuss, because we will have to define what the intrinsic differences in mathematical terms are between equality and equivalency in this very context, because again, we're not comparing two different systems. We're talking about two different systems that in themselves are understood from the very entity that is utilizing them, namely us, human beings. So to continue, this sense will have to do with our capacity to evolve as a species, our capacity to become something other than ourselves. So we started from understanding ourselves through the eyes of the other person, can better understand ourselves because we see another person, but also we become a different version of ourselves. Now notice that this is the central concept in neuroscience applied to psychotherapy. The general assumption is this: regardless, or even because of our neurological background, because of our genetic makeup, understanding our thoughts by virtue of talk therapy, for instance, will allow our well-being to be better manifested. Okay? So we can change if we can change our thoughts, and we can only change our thoughts if we do understand our thoughts. So there is a process of becoming different in ourselves. So this is what the text means by, in this context, though, we also want to stress the idea of possible comparison between old man, see, being, as opposed or different than modern man becoming. So in this context, again, man in the concept, in the sense of mensch, so human being, not male subject. Old as in traditional, and traditional not as in conservative in a political sense, but traditional as in continuously progressing, manifested, talked about, okay? The oral tradition, the sequence, okay? As opposed to the modern man, that is the man that becomes, okay? I always like to stress the importance of words in this sense. So let's continue with this concept of being and becoming, okay? Becoming a better version of ourselves, which is also part of the main focus of this course. Now, since this course presents a variety of directions, some of which might be strongly focused on evidence-based science, laboratory science, so neurology, neuroscience based on the lab, but many others have more of a philosophical, anthropological, sociological, and even mystical, transcendental component. It is appropriate to at least go over the main subfields of neuroscience. Now, there are so many of them, and of course for each subfield you probably can name 10 more subfields. There are many subfolders in each of them. So in order to present such a complex and vast material in the most possibly rational sense, the course will follow the textbook, which in turn follows a simple alphabetical order to present each of these subfields. In the context of assuming, rightfully so, the validity of the scientific method in science, we will also analyze how much of certain elements within perceptual modalities will play a role. So let's think about science as in the epistemological sense. I mention this all the time. If you think about science as knowledge, you think about Aristotle, you think about the three types of knowledge, and those three types of knowledge, as usual, are episteme, there are techne, and of course there is the Gnostic element, the element that defines science as as knowledge in itself, right? And I have a whole video dedicated to the three parts of knowledge of Socrates, including the third one, which of course is phronesis, this prudence. But aside from prudence, which you could say has to do with ethics, especially biomedical ethics, and techne, which is the technological application, or rather the application of technology in the context of science, which should not be confused with science in itself. The third one is science as knowledge, really. So the epistemological sense, the study of science, that's what epistemology is. And if you think about methodology within epistemology, we had to think about the acquisition, the attainability, and the validity of such knowledge, which is also understanding, so also reading between the lines, is the core of intelligence, reading between, as well as comprehension and realization, is also evidenced in many other philosophical perspectives. For instance, in German philosophy, the equivalent is Erkenntnistheorie and Gnoseologie as synonyms for epistemology. So a theory of recognition, recognizing, Erkenntnis, a type of knowledge that recognizes itself in the process. Okay, it's a process of recollection, we could also say. In this sense, I will really recommend students to review some of the biggest names in this sense, starting from Hegel, some Marxist and post-Marxist philosophy, but also Heidegger, Franz Brentano, Karl Jasper, and so on and so forth. We will therefore apply many of the concepts using classical epistemology, as well as the one presented by criticism, to the core of epistemology, whether from philosophical skepticism or from general postmodernism. Are we our mind or are we our brain? Are mind and brain separate, and does our soul exist as in a separate entity from our brain or our body? This will be the main question. Now, of course, this question appears to bear more significance, value, and weight in the context of, let's say, certain branches of medicine. Think about palliative care, end-of-life care, as well as psychology or psychiatry, psychotherapy, psychoanalysis, branches where the very notion of life, meaning, and purpose plays a fundamental role. But I would like to say is that critical neuroscience is so important because it has to do with a lot of other related fields, even fields that appear to be simply mechanistically intended. Think about surgery, for instance, where you might wonder slightly less about the importance of the existence of a soul, for instance. And yet, because the very question, are we who we claim to be, has such an important weight on ethical aspects, and those ethical aspects are the very core of the law, but also from our perspective, they play an essential role in advanced directives, as in who makes the decision for us. How can we decide who is responsible, as in has full capacity, ability to understand, and is the difference between these two? Those are all related topics that can only be fully understood, or I rather say better understood. We don't claim to fully understand everything at all times either, by questions such as who are we? Where can we find our conceptualization of self? Now, I also mentioned last week that this course does not attempt to resolve the problem, but in a strictly etymological sense. We provide solutions so that we can solve, as in a chemical, or I dare to say alchemical sense, these knots, these questions, because the very attempt to solve them, to resolve them, is in itself predicated upon this double hermeneutics we already mentioned last week. Double hermeneutics is this process, think about the philosophy of Anthony Giddens, in which the observer becomes the observed. The observing scientist becomes the observed item, okay? And that's what many aspects of therapeutic sciences, medical science, psychotherapy, psychiatry, as well as medical science in general, or social sciences in general, are predicated upon. So the basic start is, of course, the nervous system. and the nervous system understood as a combination of two main parts, the CNR, so the central nervous system, and the peripheral nervous system. At the center of the central nervous system, of course, we identify the brain and the connection with the spinal cord, including the pons and the medulla oblongata. Now, if we think about the brain, we should think about four main structures to begin with, which we identify as lobes, 1, 2, 3, 4, and each lobe has a specific anatomical structure and function associated with it. Now, for the longest time in neuroscience, the debate was whether function dominated structure or whether structure dominated function. You probably heard of terms such the functionalist, for instance. And the first thing I would like to talk to you about is how to identify what we see in front of us. So it can be somewhat confusing to take a look at the brain from a broader perspective because of the very structure of gyri and sulci, or gyri and sulci, if you want to use the Latin or Archaic Greek pronunciation. And the external structure resembles to some extent what you can see inside. Now, to use some colors, one of the first things that I would like to talk about is the difference between front and back. So let's use this terminology for the time being, and then we'll talk about the frontal lobes. We talked about the 4 lobes last week, and I would like to review them with you. So right here we have the frontal lobe, here we have the parietal lobe, the occipital lobe right here, and the temporal lobe below. Now, this is the cerebellum, which is really another word for brain. It's the big brain, so to speak. And right below the cerebellum, we find the cerebellum, the lesser brain, the smaller brain. Although this term, besides sheer size, it's not really justified. The cerebellum plays an important role in a variety of functions, including gait, for instance. Now, as you can see here, there are 2 tones of blue that indicate the central sulcus. Now, the central sulcus is extremely important because just like the Sylvian feature right here below, helps identify the distinction between frontal lobe and parietal lobe. It's also very important because it is related to both motor functions as well as sensory function. And this is something that we will see multiple times throughout the course. It appears to be that the frontal part of the system, specifically of the brain, is responsible for something that in Latin we would call aggredior, aggressor. Not aggression or aggressivity in a moral behavioral sense, but aggredior, aggression as in reaching out, grasping, conceptualizing. We mentioned that last week. And what is more important than conceptualizing that the motor function that allows this reaching out to occur? Now, this is very interesting because it brings together philosophical, theoretical, as well as strictly neurological functions. So how do we conceptualize? How do we grasp a concept? Well, by virtue of understanding, reaching out, and making this concept our own, putting in the box, the cognitive box that we previously created by virtue of recognizing objects. So if you see the portion right in front of the central sulcus, what is in front is, by definition, the motor cortex. Okay? What is in the back of the central sulcus is the somatosensory cortex of our brain. Now, this is also important for 2 main reasons. One, because it represents the central part of proprioceptive mechanism, and proprioception is a term that we utilize in theoretical science as well as in medicine to identify the ability of the body to recognize itself specifically in the context of visual spatial apprehension, motor control, and interaction with items and objects and the surrounding environment. So it's a proprioceptive mechanism that is predicated upon what we usually refer to as the homunculus, which is this interesting visual representation of how the brain is supposed to see itself inside our bodies. So again, this brings back the conversation we have had on embodied cognition. Now, as you would imagine, the homunculus will be reflected in terms of specific sizes based on how many receptor sites we have and how much how important that specific part is going to be. So for instance, we will have magnified lips, we'll have magnified sensory elements such as nose and ears, as well as genitalia, as well as our fingers, because those are the elements, the somatosensory motor elements that we utilize to navigate the world, to understand the world. Think about how children learn. They learn vicariously by observation, but also by putting things in their mouth, by understanding the environment, by touching things, by grabbing things. And so that's exactly how the brain understands itself. So if someone's asking you, what is the purpose, what's the main function of the frontal lobe? Well, we have to think about executive function. We have to think about reaching out. We have to think about memory. We have to think about personality, reward system, rational, intellectual, cognitive process, higher cognitive functioning processes. We had to think about the ability to make sense of the world and putting all the things together, which is consistent to what we just said in terms of reaching out and grasping. How about the parietal lobe? What we just mentioned, the somatosensory function, and in fact this is one of the central function of the parietal lobe, including of course proprioceptive mechanisms. So if we had to sum up with 3 words the practical application of the function of the parietal lobe, we could think of light touch in general, pain, as well as temperature, which is kind of interesting because when we think about proprioception, we think about how we interact in the world from a somatosensory and pain receptor perspective, both pain in general, so nociceptive factor, as well as cognitive interpretation of pain. Now, of course, we just mentioned that in the context of cognition per se, the frontal lobe has this action portion. But since this course on critical neuroscience will be focused also on a practical clinical medical application of proprioceptive mechanism, now pain will be a fundamental concept to grasp. And this is also related to integrative methodologies to pain management, for instance. Now, one of the things that the brain does is interpreting the likelihood that the pain is indeed dangerous to us. The pain perception, by definition, is not pain itself. So in other words, pain, we could claim, exists only in the brain. It exists only as a result of interpretation. This is, of course, not to say that there are no empathetic need for understanding toward patients that are in physical and emotional pain. But by saying that the pain perception is only localized in the brain, we do not mean to say that pain perception on the individual level, it's not justified. In fact, nobody should claim to know how another person feels in terms of their emotional and physical pain by the person herself, because of course they are, after all, the ones who perceive pain. What we're trying to mean here is that since it's also about interpretation, because damage, tissue damage, for instance, or internal damage and you know, internal or external trauma do not necessarily match pain level. Okay, pain is information, and therefore any type of integrating mechanism, for instance, full body scans or meditation, the breathing exercise, etc., will have a direct impact on the way we perceive our pain in the very moment. We should also mention that there are chronological sequential factors in pain perception, and it's exactly what the parietal lobe is doing, by the way. What the message is all about is making sure that we pay attention to the aching area so that we don't cause further damage. Because if we didn't have pain perception, then we will most likely cause further disruption, for instance, in the context of internal hemorrhage. So pain is information. However, chronic pain, as we will see, ceases in many cases to have a proper balance between this piece of information on one side and the level of response that is needed. So to some extent, chronic pain is similar to a chronic stress response. It's a progressive accumulation of data that no longer qualifies as necessary for survival on one side, but also can be detrimental toward well-being in general. A good example that I can think of is, again, because of this interaction in the parietal lobe between pain, touch, and temperature, is how our response changes when we, for instance, are trying to wash our hands after we've been out in a very cold day. So you might turn on the water and you sink, and it might take you a few seconds, up to a few seconds, to really understand, physically speaking, understanding whether the water is very, very hot or very, very cold. And what is this? Well, the brain primary interest at that point from a neurobiological and evolutionary perspective is to making sure that the danger is limited. So if you think about the hierarchy of information, what is the most important thing? Well, making sure that what I am feeling in terms of sensation, okay, when perceiving, it's not dangerous. Only after the danger is monitored, I can, or rather the brain, can interpret that as very hot or very, very cold. Another good example is how the brain is purposely confusing inputs. It's purposely confusing nociceptive mechanism. And by nociception, of course, we identify this perceptual element of pain perception. It's confusing, again, these two stimuli, these two inputs. For instance, when we're thinking about this instinctual reaction we have when we hurt. So, for instance, I might bump against an item if I'm very clumsy, and I'm very well known to be that. And my instinctual, you could say, reaction, I'm using instinct as a metaphor now, of course, my instinctual reaction is to apply pressure to the aching element. For instance, I hurt my elbow against an item, against an inanimate object, and my first reaction is to add pressure. Ouch, I hurt. Now, of course, because the same process is interpreted by the same part of the brain, again, the parietal lobe here, pain and pressure will be confused. It is not true that the brain necessarily confuses in a metaphoric sense these two stimuli. The brain will know what is pressure and what is pain, of course, but it's able to confusing them from an etymological perspective, to fusing them together so that my pressure is soothing because overrides the pain mechanism, or rather the pain interpretation. The same thing in a more, I wouldn't say metaphoric, but in a more figurative sense, albeit identical from a neurological perspective, when I have a combination of emotional distress that might be translated eventually in emotional pain. Thinking about, again, the frontal lobes here that we just mentioned, we utilize for understanding the world on a cognitive level. Let's assume that you're studying for a quiz and you cannot recall the answer. And you might have different sensation, different feelings. You might feel at first that you're trying so hard to almost squeeze the information out of you. You do something like this, I can't remember. So again, you're applying pressure and stimulation on the area that you are using to recall that piece of information. And after that, you might have a further interpretation of the current situation. For instance, you might feel either confusion because you didn't remember. You might feel even some level of guilt or shame because you should know the answer. It just doesn't come to you at the moment. So in any case, there is this combination of emotional, cognitive, and pain behavior, we could say, that are all merged together. Now, this is at first a confusing thing to think about, but in the end, if you think about what we said about, embodied cognition, it makes total sense. The brain, or the body in this case, and the mind have two different languages, but the message, the core message, is indeed the same, whether we're talking about emotional pain or physical pain. So moving on, we just mentioned, again, this somatosensory and motor cortex. Since we were talking about the parietal lobe, let's move on to the occipital lobe right in the back. Part of this existence, three-dimensional existence, is visual spatial perception. And this is exactly the role of the occipital lobe, is understanding how to interpret objects, how to visualize them, how to rotate them in space, also to be able to recognize them. And of course, as a general summary, if someone were to ask you, so what is the occipital lobe? What is the main function? Well, it's the visual cortex, right? Because it has to do with vision. Now, quick interesting fact, when you think about occipital as a term, occipital, of course, has a semantic connection, etymological connection with Occidental, okay, as opposed to Oriental. So what is Occidental and Oriental? Well, Oriental is this wonderful term that we utilize to define the east, where the sun rises, right? The horizon, okay? The orientation, oriens, okay, in Latin, where the sun rises. What about where the sun sets? Well, it's the opposite, it's the Occident, okay? So is the west, okay? Occidental as western, Oriental as eastern. So those are beautiful terms. And where Occidental plays a role in the context of occipital, right, is this is this element of disappearing, of dying, of letting be, of making room for something new, for the inner night, we could say. And this is indeed connected to a pre-Indo-European Sanskrit term, CID, which has to do with this destruction, demolition, inner death. So it's not death in a moral and emotional sense, but it's the end, right? So it kind of makes sense also visual, spatially, and figuratively thinking that the occipital lobe is at the end, right? It's the occidents of the brain, of the cerebrum, because the orients, of course, the east where everything starts, is the frontal lobe. Now, interestingly, to some extent paradoxically, the frontal lobe, as we mentioned, but particularly the prefrontal cortex, is the last one to be developed. So it's the new beginning, just as the sun rises in the Oriental interpretation. Now, of course, like many other things in historical linguistics, some might claim that this interpretation is altogether part of folk etymology, that there is indeed a complete distinction between, you know, Occidental and Occipital, or Occidental and Occipital, and among the claims that I heard over the years was that there is a forced element of medieval, which really doesn't have anything to do in terms of, you know, true development of history with pre-Indo-European migrations. It has to do with El Cid, which is, of course, the very famous literature piece in Spain, specifically the Islamic culture in Andalusia. But there are other interpretations, such as the very basic Latin etym of the term occipital, which has to do with head. So ob plus caput. Caput, of course, is a term that you can find as a stem in anything related to the head. So caput mundi, right? It was the term associated with the city of Rome, the capital of the world, the head of the world. And this is another explanation that might be much more simple in terms, just because it presents exactly what the location of the occipital lobe is. So at the end of the head, right, and the posterior portion of the head. Just something to consider. Now let's move on to the very last lobe, so the fourth lobe. And again, there is no specific order that I will be using in this semester. Let's talk about the temporal lobe. Now, one of the things that I would like to stress about the temporal lobe is this, again, etymological connection between temple and temple. What do I mean by that? Well, I mean, one of the most fascinating things about the brain, temple as in the sacred templum in Latin, and the other one, temple as in tempus. So what do these two words mean? Well, in the context of tempus, of course, in Latin, as well as many other Italic languages, including Romance languages, Italian for instance, this term, tempo, means both rhythm, weather, as well as time in general. And this is connected to an Indo-European root, ten, ten, that is both to cut as well as to stretch. And this kind of makes sense in a chronological sense. Now, we don't have time to dig too deep in the etymology of different times of time, right? Different types of passing time. And if you're interested in this sense, just think about the Greek terms chronos, for instance, chronological, or aeon, A-I-O-N, aion, right? That we can find in the eons in Latin, and think about the time as the time of human beings on this world, as opposed to the divine time, the time of the gods, which are very, very distinct. So what do we mean? Well, in terms of physiological structure, well, it's kind of makes sense. It's stretching, a stretched area, right? But it's also a sacred area, and this is the second etymology, templum. So the temple in a religious, spiritual, mythological sense is the presence of the gods. Now, this can be intimidating, and especially in a course such as Critical Neuroscience that focuses on this mind-body connection, this can be even scary when we think about those existential questions. Where do we come from? What makes us human? And interestingly enough, in many other languages that we partially mentioned, such as Italian, think about the term for an intense storm, temporale, right? It's the same etymology, which has Indo-European connection with other languages. Think about Gewitter, for instance, in German, and it is really reflected in the temporal. Here I have to be careful with this brain here because otherwise it'll fall apart. It has a connection with the temporal lobe and its specific function. So again, let's try to remember what we just said. So on one side you have the passing of time from tempus, right? This stretch, T-E-N, 10, from the Indo-European root. And on the other side you have this sacred element, this divine element connected to the temple. So when we think about the passing of time, we think about where we are in time. So we can think of memory, and this is indeed connected to the temporal lobe. Now we will see that we will have more of an opportunity to discuss memory when we talk about the hippocampus, but nevertheless, this is one of the functions. So hold on to your memory for a second. And on the other side, we have this divine presence, this mythological element, this godlike feature. And what has this to do with our temporal lobe? Well, it has to do with our sense of self on an emotional level and of a level of understanding. So not surprising, the temporal lobe is also related to hearing and speaking, so language. Now, as we previously mentioned, the general rule of thumb, which applies for the time being, according to which the frontal part of the brain is more adgredior based, more activation based, right? Executive function, reaching out based, and the posterior part is more sensitive, somatosensory, applies to this area of the brain as well. So think about, for instance, the differences between Wernicke and Broca's area. So of course, if we think of especially about the left hemisphere, we think of Wernicke area right here and Broca right in front of it. Now, we will talk more about the two neuroscientists that discovered these two areas. And Wernicke should really be pronounced Wernicke, and Broca should be really pronounced Broca. But in any case, the general idea is this. First of all, it's easy to remember because you just follow the alphabetical order, at least Latin-based alphabetical order. So the letter B comes before the letter W, right? So it's easy to remember. But what is in front has to do with motion. So since both Broca and Wernicke are related to language, you would imagine that the language in front will be something active and the language in the back will be something more passive, receptive, sensitive, sensory, and you'll be absolutely right in thinking that, because when the Broca area main function is speech production, so activation of those muscles that will allow us to make sensitive sounds, understandable sounds as we speak. The Wernicke area in the back will be the opposite, will be language understanding, comprehension. So this is a really fascinating way to look at the brain from a very basic perspective for now, but it's definitely connected to everything we said in terms of the connection between philosophy, mythology, theoretical science, and strict hard science as in neuroscience and neurology. So again, in this sense, we understand this storm, this inner storm, this temporalis, right? Because the temporal lobe is also involved with memory, with learning, and with emotions. So what's a better definition, description of who we are? We have all our senses, we have all our abilities to interact in the world, both from a somatosensory perspective as well as from a motor cortex perspective, and yet we interpret the world on an emotional level as well. That's how we learn, that's how we make sense. And again, this is connected to meaning and purpose in life. Now, I will mention multiple studies in this regard throughout this course, but if you want to think about one name, a neuroscientist that dedicated a lot of his work on this emotional backbone, I dare to say, toward many other higher functioning processes in the brain, think about Antonio Damasio, just to give you a name for now. But again, as you can see here, we have a combination of multiple aspects that each utilize a different language to express this innermost core of ourself. Wonderful. So since we talked about the exterior portion of the brain, at least the main elements of the four lobes, it's probably time to dig a little deeper, physically speaking, and take a look at what the brain reveals inside, what kind of treasures we have inside. And we'll do this by analyzing the sagittal section through the brain. Now, you might have heard me before saying sagittal or sagittal. Aside from my thick accent, I just want to mention that the term it's again connected to cutting through. Sagitta is Latin for arrow, piercing arrow. And so, if you want to use the archaic pronunciation of Latin, that would be sagittale, so sagittal section through the brain. Now, again, I will try to be closer to the light to make sure that you can all see it, and I will zoom in. So the first thing you notice here is this big pink structure, the pons that you can see here in the medulla oblongata. Now, of course, pons is just Latin for bridge, because it's kind of wrapped around, looks like this potato-like structure wraps around the medulla oblongata right here. And then of course you have one of the main elements here, which is the thalamus here, with the interthalamic adhesion. You have the cerebral pedicle here, the mammillary bodies, and the pituitary stalk right here, the fornix. And then you have this little green element here. Let's see if I can take it out right here, which is the fourth ventricle, cerebellum, and the arbor vitae, the tree of life right here, as if you can see it here, right? And this is very interesting because aside from the very structure here that really resemble leaves, like tree leaves, and of course the Latin term, the equivalent Latin term is just foliae, which is either Italian or Latin for leaves. And then right above you have the vermis. Let's see if we can put it back here. The vermis of the cerebellum, okay, and right above you have on the opposite side you have the tectum, which is the roof of the midbrain. Now, to continue up here, we just mentioned the occipital lobe right here in the back of the brain, the calcarine sulcus right below, right above, and then of course you go toward the superior part of the cerebrum here with the cortex. Now, this inner portion here that really covers the interiormost part of the limbic system here is the cingulate gyrus, and then you have, of course, the rostrum of the corpus callosum, which is very, very important because it represents the connection between right and left hemisphere. Let me just take a quick break here to look straight at the camera again. It's important because it is connected to connection itself. So the corpus callosum as the connection between right and left hemisphere. We will talk about this multiple times throughout the course because the corpus callosum in itself is a fundamental portion of this course, I dare to say, because it provides more neuroscientific basis for investigation on, are we just one thing or are we multiple parts? More specifically, can we be separate within ourselves? And I'm not mentioning anything philosophical yet, or even psychological yet. I'm just mentioning the possibility of having the left hemisphere and the right hemisphere divided. I just confused these two. The right hemisphere and the left hemisphere divided. And one of the most fascinating research studies, longitudinal studies conducted for over 15 years, is the research on corpus callosotomy, and you probably all heard of the name of Dr. Gazzaniga. So for that specific research, I will encourage students to take a look at the bibliographical references at the end of this chapter, as well as the linked videos on the research by Dr. Gazzaniga on corpus callosotomy and this right versus left brain separation and distinction. But to continue here, let me go back to the light. Right below here we have, again, the pituitary gland, we have the temporal lobe, the optic nerve, the hypothalamus, the anterior rostral commissure, the frontal lobe, and then you can see that the very last portion here is the epithalamus. We started with a distinction that has to do with the structure and the morphology of neuronal cells. And if you remember, we mentioned that neuronal cells can be unipolar, pseudo-unipolar, they can be bipolar, and they can be multipolar depending on the structure and mutual relation between axons and dendrites. Another thing that I want you to remember is that there are neurons with long projecting axonal processes beginning the gray matter of the central nervous system, and those are referred to as Golgi 1, and together with a short axon Golgi 2, they represent multipolar neurons such as the granule cells. Now, of course, in this video, I will not examine every single neural type, for which I will encourage you to review the textbook, and part of this will not be discussed as part either of the weekly quizzes or reading assignment, but this is just something to keep in mind as you continue with the knowledge of cellular molecular neural cells. So one of the things that you could keep in mind is that that there are neurons such as the basket cells, bat cells, anterior horn cells, median spiny neuron, Ranchian cell, and spindle cell. But there's also something else that has to do more with chemistry, with cytochemistry. If you remember last week, we talked about neural transmission as a tripartite combination of electric activity, electrochemical activity, and this activity is predicated upon the function of neurons, axons, dendrites, and if you remember, we also mentioned the action potential. Now, of course, whether you want to take this electromagnetic chemical perspective or you want to distinguish each of these parts, it's really important to have a basic knowledge of chemistry in this sense. And for the sake of this conversation, just think about some subdivision that are fundamental, such as endaminergic, cholinergic, dopaminergic, GABAergic, glutamatergic, monoaminergic, nitroxidergic, peptidergic, and serotonergic neurons. And of course, on those situations, you have to think about GABA, you have to think about serotonin, you have to think about dopamine, and I would really encourage you to review the basic function of each of these neurotransmitters, which you will find in the link below this video. Again, so gamma-aminobutyric acid, dopamine, serotonin, adrenaline, so on and so forth. Now, within cellular and molecular neuroscience, is there anything that we can use to investigate these properties, similar to what we said in the previous week regarding brain imaging? If you remember, we talked about fMRI, MRI, SPECT, and so on and so forth. Gene expression might influence a wide range of brain functions, and molecular neuroscience does study epigenetic mechanisms of regulation for this reason. It studies these mechanisms, it studies DNA methylation and histone modification, and in order to isolate, to specify specific markers. Now, this approach has an immediate application in the study, and it also has an application regarding mental health disorder, as well as neurologically based disorder. Think of it as Alzheimer, for instance. but also any type of neurodevelopmental issues. And this is exactly the next topic. We're talking about developmental neuroscience. And developmental neuroscience also in connection to other fields of human development, so human growth and development on one side, and developmental psychology, including psychopathology, on the other side. Now, since we mentioned Alzheimer, the progressive loss of both cognitive functions and memory affecting patients with Alzheimer's disease has a complex etiology linked to several neurological or genetic hypotheses, including the cholinergic, the amyloid, and the tau hypothesis. A GABAergic mechanism, as well as a dopaminergic component, is found in Parkinson's disease instead, in the specific loss of dopaminergic neurons in the substantia nigra pars contact. Another example is the absence of normal inhibitory inputs from medium spiny neurons of the basal ganglia as a cause of Huntington disease. In the case of excitotoxicity instead, the primary damage to neuronal cells comes from excessive stimulation of NMDA and AMPA by glutaminergic form. This is the same family of ionotropic glutamate receptor, for instance, Acad. Now, when we think about neuroscience, we think about building blocks. And those building blocks are cells, of course. Now, if we think about cells as this primary element, these building blocks of the system, and by cells, of course, we mean neuron, you think about this whole structure that determines those processes that we just mentioned. And this means also that cells are a contributing structural factor for the preservation of health. And from the perspective of medicine and neuroscience, health really is connected to homeostasis, to the homeostatic processes in our body. Now, think about injuries that are at the level of the central nervous system, which represent a challenge for the development and maintenance of normal neural functioning. So as cells' membranes are constantly morphing to adjust to the homeostatic processes within the organism, connectivity and permeability are among the fundamental factors and functions in the preservation of health at the cellular level. What does it mean? Well, if you don't have homeostasis, when these health levels in the body are not observed, then patterns of cellular injury arises. To give an example, the deprivation of oxygen supply or hypoxation causes damage to the sodium-potassium pump. We mentioned the sodium-potassium pump multiple times. And this, of course, has sublethal effects. They're sublethal in the sense that are reversible, potentially reversible, but they create damage, for instance, swelling, and swelling is, of course, a common epiphany of the vast majority of cellular injuries. However, when the cause of such hypoxic processes is not eliminated, then the damage becomes irreversible. So when a reduced blood supply leads to arteriosclerosis, cells shift from aerobic to an anaerobic state, and therefore metabolism. Now, if you think about reduced blood supply, you think, of course, of ischemia. This, in turn, affects tissues and increases metabolic acidosis, with a lethal outcome for cells. At this stage, we talk about a permanent pathologic change or irreversible cell injury. Of course, any analysis in neuroscience will not be complete with a thorough examination of the influence of nature over nurture. Now, we mentioned nature over nurture multiple times. We mentioned it in the context of development as well as treatment of mental health disorders. And we mentioned nature versus nurture in the basic debate of this course when you think about a dualistic as opposed to a monistic perspective in philosophy. Now, from the perspective of cellular and molecular neuroscience, this really leads us to developmental neuroscience, because one of the good things to keep in mind is that there are genetic and epigenetic factors. For instance, the arrangements related to congenital malformations and metabolic errors. Now, these factors are responsible for the morphing patterns in the cytoplasmic membrane's shape and structure, as well as the receptor or delivery transport mechanisms. Now, besides the damages on the cell membrane, injuries can happen at the level of DNA patterns. The alteration in these patterns is at the basis of misregulation of gene expression found in cancer. Therefore, the progression from reversible to irreversible cellular injury arises through the alteration of the genes controlling the epigenome, thereby disabling the repair function of the DNA. So those are the building blocks. Those are the neurological, anatomical, functional elements that made us who we are. And if we think about a predictive power of neuroscience, specifically in the context of therapy, and even more so in medicine and psychotherapy, then going back to the basic building blocks is the essential thing to do to understand where we are in this spectrum. Mind and psyche are two terms that are connected and yet they indicate a very different approach. Now, we mentioned this before. Is psyche the old metaphor, archetype of the butterfly, the thing that will allow us to exist as human beings? Is a part or shared part with a soul or a spirit that enters our body upon birth and leaves our body upon biological death? Or is mind a better framework for the psyche is, to the point that we can simply separate anything that is transcendental from what is mechanistically explainable? A few weeks ago we talked briefly about reductionism and materialism, or materialist reductionist, or reductionist materialism, and we mentioned a few philosophers, for instance, the Churchlands, Paul and Patricia, and we also venture into the possibility that one thing could explain away the other. Now, is it still the case? Well, this week we will begin by an overall analysis of the existence of a mind or a psyche, and we will also see what this means from the perspective of the broader discussion, because every time we think about a mind separated from the body or connected to the body but not equivalent to the body, the biggest elephant in the room appears. And this has to do with our purpose and meaning as human beings. Do we have a soul? And if we do possess a soul, is this soul individually based? So in other words, is it something that we can use to identify ourselves as ourselves? Or is it something more of a shared soul? Is there a difference between this shared soul as in spirit that animates all of us? Principle of life, vitalism or vitalism, from the Latin word for life, so vita, equivalent of the Greek bios or bios, which is in itself connected to this life force, vis robur in Latin, so bios, vis. Or is something that is our ID, it's really the representation for our identity. And even that, is this synonymous with an universal, transcendental, and I dare to say, abstract soul, or is it something that we can recognize even in the afterlife? Is our soul enduring biological death or not? And if it does endure biological death, is it still recognizable as our soul, as ourself, or not? So those are some of the questions that we'll try to address today. And of course, this is not the first time that those questions have been addressed in philosophy. It's you could even say that because of their transcendental and spiritual nature, a lot of these questions can be addressed in a specific area of philosophy. And of course, I mean a specific area of philosophy connected to theology. And I'm thinking about apologetics. Now, this has a lot of connection with certain argumentations for the existence of an afterlife, or the existence of God, and even existence of a personal God, for instance. And I think about mathematical models, for instance, Gödel model, but I also think about standard discussions and philosophical debates that originate in scholasticism, in Thomistic understanding. So Thomas Aquinas, for instance, I'm thinking about the ontological proofs or the cosmological proof, and whether proof is the correct term or supposed to be a more of a mathematical demonstration. And we also talk about the burden of proof, whether certain statements warrant intrinsic demonstration or they're supposed to be considered as the pre-existing condition, as an a priori idea that has to be dealt with, rationally speaking, as the process unfolds. So this is the very beginning of this debate, and of course there is no way that you can possibly address all aspects of apologetics or even of theology and philosophy of mind in one single course, but I hope I'll do my best to present the vast majority of these philosophical arguments for and against the existence and separation between psyche and mind. So let's begin with the first analysis. So even before we begin venturing to the ontological argument, the cosmological argument, and thinking about medieval scholastic philosophy and theology, and the connection with the other monotheistic Jewish and Islamic counterparts, and also outside of the Western Middle Eastern philosophical tradition, we have to think about some of the parameters that we inherit from classical philosophy, so to speak. I'm going to use classical in a very external sense, so I don't even want to distinguish between pre-Socratic philosophy or Hellenistic as opposed to classical philosophy in ancient Greece and Rome. But let's start with Plato. I think Plato will be a good place to start. So when we think about existence, when we think about conceptualization of self, we think about remembering, reminding, recollecting. If you remember, no pun intended, we talked about this in week 2. And one of the first terms that I would like to bring to your attention here is, the very concept of anamnesis in Plato. Okay, so recollection and anamnesis are truly at the intersection of psyche and mind, and they're intended as either two separate entities or two aspects of the same thing. Okay, now this is connected to the Latin term res, R-E-S, right, as in res publica, republic. Recollecting is obviously connected to reconnecting, remembering, and memorizing. Okay, this activity is at the center of the discussion on remembered wellness, faith factor, and relaxation response in a spiritual and religious sense. Now, this is something that is very, very important because from a purely therapeutic perspective, the studies are really, really clear. I always shy away, so to speak, from claiming any direct proof of something, because in science we have to be very careful in how we use our terms. But if there's something that seems to be quite relevant, is the fact that in the vast majority of cases, individuals that have a solid spiritual or religious background are performing much better in the context of mental health disorder. Now, by performing, I do understand that this term is somewhat a misconstructed concept. We simply mean that they score better in terms of rates of, for instance, depression, anxiety, and overall suicide rates. Now, one of the things to remember here is that this does not contain any ontological argumentation and any causal factor about what it means to be a spiritual or religious person. And you could also claim that there should be a big distinction between spirituality and religiosity, or even between religiosity and religion. And it's also not true that just because something makes you feel good, it automatically contains some proof of its reality, okay? Its causal factors. In other words, you might find that these rates are true, but they don't actually demonstrate the existence of a God, of an afterlife, or of a soul. And also there could be some confounding element, which, by the way, was analyzed multiple times, and all the links to these studies and meta-analysis are found below in the description. Either you could say that a person might be more, let's use the term, spiritual as a result of their depression, or a person might be more depressed as a result of their spirituality or religiosity. For instance, if a person becomes more depressed because of their religiosity, this might be due to the fact that there are certain expectations, moral, ethical, behavioral expectation in belonging to a specific religion, for instance. And this pressure that might or might not be theologically sound, but it's anyway relevant because of the behavior of the members of the community, might add pressure to a person's behavior, making this person more and more depressed in this context, and possibly suicidal. This is one possible explanation. Or the opposite, that because a person is, to begin with, more depressed, this person might find solace in a religious belief or religious practice. Very distinct things, by the way, okay? Because we always need to keep in mind that the term itself, religion, is linked, it's binding together, so the practice is as relevant as the belief system. It's a ritualistic component, despite of big discussions and debate in different philosophies in this context. So this could be, to some extent, qualified as, well, you are unable to process the absurdity of life. This is something that might remind us of Sartre and Camus. And because you cannot resist the constant pressure that your free will is determined upon you, this is just one explanation, and the fact that you don't know what to do with your existence itself, then you're more prone to create from scratch, we could argue, an imaginary figure that you might be more prone to view as an anthropomorphic element. So you make yourself your own God, and you pray to this God, that you have this belief in the afterlife and to an ultimate intrinsic meaning and purpose in life, simply because you're too naive, too gullible, or simply too weak to resist life. Now, this is a very cynical perspective, we might argue, unless it's true, of course, in which case we will have to ask ourselves the question, well, what's the best option? To be focused on ignorance is bliss, or on truth will set you free, so to speak? Will we rather be ignorant and happy, or fully conscious and aware but very, very sad? Well, this might be one explanation, and yet the solid evidence indicates that what seems to be the best strategy for this type of mental health disorder, and again, I want to specify that this discussion for now, it's only meant to address depression, suicidality, and anxiety. It's not meant to, for the time being, to address things such as psychosis or schizophrenia, okay? There might be evidence in the area, but it is not the scope of this discussion for today. So solid evidence indicates that those patterns of behavior on one side and belief system are by far the best chance to obtain and maintain psychological health. And there are plenty of other studies that actually indicate that this is true also from physical health, which might be actually an extra leverage, if not a proof, that what is a truth-bearing mechanism can have positive repercussion throughout the biopsychosocial model. Now, to rephrase this, just because a person feels better as a result of their spirituality, it does not mean that what they believe is true. However, connecting this discussion to what we said last week, and especially to this archetype of the good with a capital G, okay, not surprisingly connected to the Proto-Indo-European term for God, good and God, right, is in itself a quite relevant element for the discussion of a possible intrinsic validity. So last week we mentioned the connection between good as in aesthetically pleasant, what makes us feel good using our senses, and good in terms of adaptive, precise, effective. Okay, so what looks good is good. For instance, a big discussion in psycholinguistics in this context is whether shape and function create concept, or whether it's the other way around, whether concept creates function and shape. For instance, whether a hammer is both shape and concept for something that is utilized as hammering device, okay? Or whether those things can be separated. In any case, to begin with, the concept of making something our own is connected to spirituality simply because it appears to be, at least from the statistical perspective, that contemplating some level of spirituality appears to make the whole system work in a much better way. This could also be connected to levels of anxiety and other medical comorbidities. Think about heart rate, think about type A, type B personality. And of course, this is not necessarily relevant to the discussion of mind and body, but it's extremely relevant in a therapeutic sense, whether we want to take type A and type B, or whether we're talking about A, B, C, D, or cluster A, B, and C in the context of personality disorder in the DSM area. The idea is this: the more we feel better psychologically, the better we feel physically, and the other way around. So last week we mentioned that a very poor advice to give is, well, as long as it makes you feel good, this is good for you. This is extremely dangerous because our ability to perceive the world might be in itself compromised. And this has to do, by the way, with the sensus spiritualis, okay, or sensus spiritualis that we mentioned a few weeks ago. So this means that our ability to perceive the world, including the hypothetical transcendental world, the spiritual ethereal world, might be compromised, so that we cannot entirely rely on our sensory capacity, our perception, and our aesthetic abilities to know what is good. So where else do we find truth? Where else do we find the good list of rules and regulation we need to utilize to make ourselves feel better? Now, it's often mentioned in psychology that human beings don't come with an instruction manual, and so we have two main options. Either we find out rules on our own, we create our own rules and verify whether those rules match with the rest of the rules, as in my liberty and freedom ends where another human being's liberty and freedom starts. Or we can assume that there's something more universal about human existence, and that those rules do not have a human origin or even a biological origin, but by themselves they are transcendental. So let's see if those conversations are to some extent rational enough to be considered in this week. Now, in regard to this, one of the authors that is quoted in the text was Herbert Benson, and he described the fundamental nature of human beings as, quote, wired for God, in connection to this process and at the base of the healing process. So in connection to the process of remembering wellness, remembering how to feel good, to the faith factor and the relaxation response, okay? And toward health and well-being in general. Now, of course, the assumption here is that those realities are separate, and on one side you have fact, as in evidence, empirical, scientific knowledge, and on the other side you have faith as either the absence of enough reason or, unfortunately, despite of the existence of these rational reasons. And this is something that I always find myself in conflict with, the idea that faith and spirituality should be against science. Now, this is nothing new in the conversation on the level of apologetics, but the idea that they should be complementary is something that dates back to time immemorial, and in more recent times, in my recent time I think about, again, Thomas Aquinas, we could think of nature and faith as two different languages, written by the same author, so to speak. And so either you get if there's any mismatch between what you can observe with science and what you can know through faith, and again, faith in a broader sense, spirituality, if there's any discrepancy or conflict between these two, either you're making a mistake in your scientific analysis and you had to study your science much better and be much better in utilizing your scientific method. In other words, you made an error, a mathematical error, a statistical error, a study construct error, a theoretical analysis error. In any case, your science is wrong, or your faith might be wrong. Okay? There has to be a common element because one thing created the other. Now, of course, for the materialist reduction perspective, science, usually embodied by evolutionary biology, created faith, or rather created God or an image and liking we have. According to the opposite perspective, the scholastic perspective we just mentioned, the other way around is true. So we have an innate sense of the divine, of God, of spirituality, and if we interpret that sense appropriately, in other words, if our perceptive mechanism for the divine, our sensus divinitatis, sensus spiritualis, is intact, then we'll be able to verify those claims in science directly. So why is this all relevant in a course on critical neuroscience? Well, all these discussions are wonderful from a philosophical perspective, but the idea is this. A cornerstone of what we're trying to do here is to understand how free we really are. It's still connected to the free will / free want debate. And so one of the classical argumentation for this argument is that either we as human beings have free will, and by that we simply mean we are able to make more or less informed decisions in our behavior, in our thoughts, in our everyday action, right? Or we don't. and therefore we cannot be responsible for what happens to us. We don't have any level of accountability or responsibility, and this goes back to what we said about the locus of control and locus of responsibility. And we can actually never know who we are, as in, can we really claim that everything about being human is really us, including our accomplishments, including our failures, including our performance? So for instance, in a therapeutic sense, this is straightforward, right? Because we mentioned this before. One of the dangers of the nature-nurture debate is to be extremist in either case, right? And the video about depression that I linked, I think in week 1, talks exactly about that. One of the dangers is to think that we are only our neurotransmitters, and therefore we don't have any free will, so it doesn't matter what type of therapy we do, nothing will change, unless we can only focus psychopharmacology. The other way is like, of course, everything's only about nurture, so it's nothing to do with our genetic makeup, and therefore we should take responsibility for our mental state, okay? This is much more complex than that, but this is just a quick summary for the sake of this discussion. I will advise you to watch the video on depression to find more about that. But in any case, the idea is this. Why study in the first place unless there is some level of incremental capacity to either develop those skills, mnemonics, the ability to learn more, and whether this is something that has to do with you specifically. Now, the basic element is just to find satisfaction. Okay, the term satisfaction means to make fulfilled or to fill something up, right? Satisfaction in Latin, and so that you can be proud, in other words, of your accomplishment, but also from a very practical perspective, whether this element makes sense at all. Because why would you be awarded a degree if you didn't play a role in this? It's just your brain. Your brain should be awarded a degree. And does this even make sense to award a degree to a brain? This is really not a joke. I'm trying to think about the possible rational decision-making property that will underlie such practice, even from a strictly legal and socio-political perspective. Now, in this context, whenever we think about free will, we think about certain experiments, because we can think of free will from a strictly theoretical philosophical perspective, and some of the philosophers we just mentioned do a wonderful job in analyzing that. So the classic from Socrates and Plato all the way to the scholastic element. So Thomas Aquinas, we can think of Augustine, we can think of all the way to Hegel and Heidegger and so on and so forth. But we are also interested in empirical evidence-based science in order to provide more proof of the existence or non-existence of free will. So one of the most important experiments in this context, or is one of the most quoted experiment in this context, is the Libet experiment that wanted to investigate the concept of Bereitschaftspotential. So let's analyze just real quick this experiment, although again I will like to ask you to review the video to better understand. Okay, with this term we can translate the concept of readiness potential. Okay, so it's the conscious experience of volition on one side, okay, and the readiness potential on the other side. Now, in previous elements of debate, researchers such as Kornholder and Decke were able to demonstrate that a basic hand movement in the subject studied between a certain initial nervous activity in the motor cortex of a subject and its actual execution by the subject, about 1 second elapsed. Okay, so about 1 second between the initial nervous activity in the motor cortex and the actual execution. So there's some delay there. Although our human average experience that the time between action and execution appears much shorter, so that we think that we did it. Okay, so we think that we decided to activate the hand movement. Now, in the experiment I just mentioned, the Libet experiment, the repeated results show that instead that this Bereitschaftspotential, this readiness potential, began about 0.35 seconds earlier than the subject reported conscious awareness. That now he or she feels the desire to make a movement. Now this is fundamental because the fact that it originates before the awareness of the subject appears to indicate that the subject is not aware really, okay? So this demonstrates that in spite of the appearance, in spite of this perception, humans has no free will in the initiation of the movements. Now this is extremely important because, first of all, if you don't have any other theoretical or analytical structure, you might believe that this is all you need to demonstrate the non-existence of free will, and the fact that whatever we thought we are, it doesn't exist. So never mind concepts such as mind or soul. We don't really exist as beings separate from our neurological underpinnings. We're nothing but our neurological underpinnings, because it kind of makes sense, at least at first observation, that this is only a pseudo awareness. We are really not aware because this happens again 0.35 earlier, okay, than the awareness of the fact that we move the hand. But let's continue. And since we mentioned the cosmological argument and ontological argument, we could start with that first. Now, the cosmological argument, it's also called the first cause argument, or the calm cosmological argument, and it's pretty straightforward. It has only 3 steps. The first one is whatever begins to exist has a cause. 2, the universe began to exist. And in this context, in terms of the Big Bang theory, we will have to acknowledge the fact that, to the best of our knowledge, that is indeed a scientific fact. Okay, and for that proof, we have to thank a Catholic priest, a Belgian Catholic priest in that sense. But in any case, this is something that we could use as a fact for a time, for the cause of for the sake of conversation. So 2, the universe began to exist. 3, therefore the universe has a cause. Okay, so this is cosmological arguments. Now, if you think about, from cosmos, right, first cause. Now, if you think about the ontological argument, now ontology has to do with the study of what is, study of being, okay? Ontos in Greek, right? Ente or ens in Latin. Now, this is a type of argument that has some level of connection with Descartes, with Cartesian philosophy, dualism, René Descartes, as well as with St. Anselm, right? Now, this has to do with this self-evident type of argument. You could sum up with this, like, if you have something that is contained in a clear and distinct idea of a thing, so whatever is contained in a clear and distinct idea of a thing must be predicated of that thing. But a clear and distinct idea of an absolutely perfect being contains the idea of an actual existence. Therefore, since we have the idea of an absolutely perfect being, namely God, such being must really exist. Now, this is to some extent connected to what we said earlier about Alvin Plantinga, as well as Gödel, I would say. But that's one of the shortest way to describe the ontological argument. Now, since we mentioned Aquinas, we had to spend just a few seconds about his 5 ways, the 5 ways to demonstrate, logically speaking, the existence of God in the Summa Theologica. Let me rephrase this. There's no way you can possibly account for all arguments and counter-arguments against Aquinas. In my personal opinion, the counter-arguments do not have solid logical evidence. But in any case, I'm doing my best to sum up everything in a few seconds. So, the first element is the unmoved mover. The second one is called usually first cause, which is very, very similar to the cosmological arguments, pretty much synonymous. Then you have the necessary being. You have the argument from degree, and finally you have the argument or proof from final cause. Now, if you start from the beginning, right, the unmoved mover arguments pretty much says that since we experience motion in our world, in the universe, and motion means something that becomes, that it's actualized, it's a transition for what is potential to what is actual. Since we have that, we can see that there must have been an initial mover. Now, this is extremely important. I mean, they're all very important, but there's something that has to do with what we just said about evolutionary biology in the context of neuroscience. And if you remember what we said, it was regarding the ultimate goal. So if we think about evolution, is absolutely rational to identify evolution in all categories, evolution in biology, evolution in psychology, evolution in neuroscience, as a series of steps that might follow a certain hierarchical pattern, and then we can identify as, moving from stage A to B to C and so on and so forth. But this does not account for the very notion of a progress. So how can we even imply that there is such thing as a scientific progress were it not for certain parameters outside of science that tells us what is good? Now this really goes against some misinterpretation of philosophers such as Hume, for instance, that are on the mechanistic, objectivistic, functional or functionalist perspective, which means that we know that science improves because science has quote unquote all the answers, including the answer of its own existence and validity. And this is logically inconsistent, because we cannot have a hierarchy of values were it not for something exists outside of the very practice that we're talking about. So again, I want to restate the fact that the main reason why we bring this to your attention, what I talked about, the argument for the existence of God, it's not to discuss theological argumentation in themselves, simply to provide this logical, sequential argument-like structure of analysis that you will utilize to verify certain claims about existence of a soul, a mind, or a spirit as a separate entity from our bodies. Now, this is very important because the assumption that I made at the beginning of this semester is the assumption that we have to base all our interrogation on solid scientific evidence. I am still embracing that view because I do believe that something that we can all agree upon is the fact that science, by definition, in terms of our observation, is objective. Certainly there might be certain mistakes, but the mistakes are not in the scientific method per se, but there are mistakes due to the fallible element within human perception and interpretation. In other words, we can make mistakes either in creating our scientific research, our studies, or we can make mistakes in interpreting the data. Those are human mistakes that might be either minimized or in some cases even magnified by the utilization of brain-computer interfaces, algorithms, and other statistical, epidemiological, quantitative calculation and devices. However, this is an assumption that makes sense under these parameters, but I want to make sure that we understand that it's also limitation, specific limitation on an ontological level, for the very fact that science in itself cannot account for itself the same way as we said this before. Now, there are over 450 studies investigating the links between religious and spiritual factors in depressions. 50 studies published in the last 60 years. Think about the research by Bonelli et al. This meta-analysis indicated over 60% of less depression and faster remission from it in those more religious or spiritual, or a reduction in depression severity in response to a religious or spiritual intervention. And of the 178 most methodologically rigorous studies, 119, so 67%, found inverse relationship between RS and depression. RS, of course, is religion and spirituality. Among the recent study, however, the University of London created a survey, nearly 10,000 people, a very, very big survey, people from Great Britain, Estonia, Chile, Portugal, the Netherlands, Spain, and Slovenia. And this survey focused on the analysis of the ability of family doctors to predict depression from their patients' worldview, which appeared to be the opposite, to yield opposite results. So in this study, again, the study of the University of London, the result indicated that 10.3% of religious people had at least one severe episode of depression during the year, and 10.5% of people with a spiritual worldview fell into deep depression, and only 7% for secularists, with P under 0.001. Furthermore, it appeared that the more people viewed themselves as strongly religious or to have a strong religious faith, the greater the risk of severe depression. Now, although the results vary depending on the country, the study had found a very strong link between depression and religiosity. Now, we should point out that based on the results and the very focus of this research, the notion that religious and spiritual life views enhance psychological well-being was not supported. Of course, a direct causal effect between religion and depression cannot be inferred, as no further analysis, post-data collection, or within the study design was able to shed light on this aspect. More specifically, it is not clear whether people with depression are more prone to become more religious, or at least find some relief in spiritual practices, or if those practices are the cause of depression. In the vast majority of studies, everything has been equal, religious or spiritual practices and beliefs are related to less depression. Especially in the context of life stress, it is important to notice that our health is strongly influenced by the interaction between behavioral, cultural, developmental, environmental, genetic, and social factors. Neurotheology and psychology of religion. We mentioned Plantinga before, we mentioned Aristotle and Aquinas, we mentioned then Craig. This time I would like to focus on a few perspectives that again have this holistic approach to science, and I think of McKinney, of Newberg, Reverman, and Hardy, just to name a few. Now, in regard to the transcendental aspect of science, and by that I mean science investigating non-corporeal, non-located, para-body-like, either to say it, out-of-body experiences, near-death experiences. I just think of three names right here, Pim van Lommel and Janssen and Beauregard, to name a few. Now, the transcendental component is fundamental because they represent, again, this legamen, this link, and there's a strong correlation between happiness and good health. This is something that's been studied in a very deep, profound way, and a plenty of meta-analytical perspective to demonstrate that. Now, in terms of spiritual health, something that I want to mention is that the research is extremely clear. When we think about improvements, okay, general amelioration of physical health, and of course connection to that, psychological health as well. So these improvements appear to happen to the single individuals, but also to the community. So that is where the religious factor presents its greatest strength. Think about the research by Ceretani in 2011. There are other research studies that we could mention. Think about Byron, for instance. One research on the contagious aspect of happiness, where positive results were found even after adjusting for genetics, obesity, tobacco and alcohol use, and this spreading of happiness, as in good feelings continue to move from person to person, and it's really the scientific conceptualization of this vibe, this vibration, this energy that we share, that present really a model that is similar to the one used for airborne droplets, for instance, in the case of the current situation we find ourselves. So this is a fascinating research. Other research studies that I want to mention are the one by Heinz, Selman, and King, again, regard to life meaning and purpose and happiness, but also social exclusion, positive mood, and environmental pattern and coherence as a main element. So, at the intersection between sense of meaning, sense of purpose, perceived sense of meaning, purpose, and health in a variety of areas. Now, another thing that I should mention, because we're talking about neurotheology, and so we are at the intersection of theology, of course, and philosophy. Think about the God helmet and Michael Persinger. Now, the gold helmet and the related experimental example of neurostimulation, so LFMS or low field magnetic stimulation, has something to do with the expectation of scientific proof for either existence or non-existence of God. Now, the research, Coren and Persinger, in this specific case, attempt to analyze and measure the effects of such stimulation, especially in the temporal area, on creativity, religious experience, and temporal lobes. To treat to heal, and to cure. Now, as you know, at this point, I really like to talk about words in all my courses to clarify some ontological and etymological aspects of the jargon we utilize, but I feel that this is especially important in this section of the course. Now, to treat, to heal, to cure, why is there a need in a course on neuroscience to discuss these three topics, these three words, the scriptures? Well, for the simple reason that one of the standard application of neuroscience is to help us understand better the way we function, the way our body is structured, and what parameters our brain follows in order to account for behavior and emotion and cognition, and also for the perspective of neurogenesis, neuroplasticity, and the ability of the body to heal itself. So, three words: to treat, to heal, to cure. Now, I would like to start with the first one, to treat, and this is one of those terms that are very broad in the way it describes our clinical intervention, and also represents a connection between mind and body, because you can say that a person might be more or less apt to treat mental health disorders, medical disorders, to treat temporary conditions, to treat chronic problems, to treat localized, specialized problems, as opposed to treat the person as a whole. And as you would imagine, in the latter case, treating the person as a whole, this would be the realm of those integrative, complementary, and alternative medical parameters that, of course, should have the patients at the center of therapy. And this is a whole other discussion, a fascinating topic that if you'd like to find more about, I will recommend you take a look at other videos that I have posted in that specific area of teaching. Neurology, just as psychology, represents the science. Neurosurgery or psychiatry represent a specific type of a medical application. But of course, those two terms, or these two diets, are interconnected by very definition. So last week we talked about clinical and medical neuroscience, and if you remember, we mentioned a few of the applications of these subfields, considering the connection between mind and body in the clinical setting. So working on addiction and behavior, as well as Alzheimer's disease, anxiety disorders, bipolar disorders, mood and personality disorders, autism, but also more medical, and by that I do not mean to say that what we said so far is less medical, but medical as separated from psychiatry specifically. So dyslexia, cataplexy, Down syndrome, epilepsy, brain tumors, Huntington disease, neurological trauma, Parkinson, multiple sclerosis, Tourette syndrome, stroke, and so on and so forth. And we also mentioned that the techniques that we previously mentioned, so EEG, MRT, MEG, TMS, and TSCS are part of the standards in clinical and medical neuroscience. Now, of course, in this context, something that I really want to encourage students to research is the importance of neurogenesis in this context. So I will just pull up an image here. It's the same image that you have on page 104 in the textbook. And this is related to, again, the process of neurogenesis. And we mentioned in the past how important that is to provide hope to patients recovering from all the previously mentioned mental and medical issues, but also to get a more scientifically accurate depiction of how our brain works and repair itself. So in this specific picture, you can see an adaptation, a reinterpretation of the neurogenetic model, and you can see that in the bottom left ventricular zone, you can observe the neural stem cells, neuroepithelial cell, and the neuron. The neuron is rendered here in silver, this dark gray, followed by the radial glial cells, and the neuron in blue and bright red, respectively, followed by type 3 cells in kind of a orangey, dark yellow, the ependymal cells in gray/pink, subventricular zone astrocyte, type 2 cell in green, and oligodendrocyte precursor cell. This one is the other one in bright orange yellow, all in the subventricular zone. Now, keep in mind that the SVZ or subventricular zone is one of the two regions where human neurogenesis exists, both in the embryonic and in the postnatal brain, the adult brain. It's a region that is situated on the outside wall of each lateral ventricle of the vertebrate brain, and contains multiple cell population, including neuroblasts and astrocyte-like cells. So, subventricular zone present both in prenatal and postnatal brain, and in a neurogenetic perspective, the conceptualization of what to do and what to expect in surgery and in the post-surgical period. This is important for pretty much everything in neurocritical care and neurointensive care, which is the next part of this chapter. Again, we mentioned critical in two main ways to interpret the terms. One, critical from a philosophical perspective, and the other one more in the context of the operating room. And this has to do with multiple medical problems, some of which are more neurogenetically based to some extent, and to some other extent, they also can be trauma-related, and so presenting more mental health-related issues. And I'm thinking about strokes, seizures, intracranial edema or encephalitis, meningitis, brain tumors, and immune system related problems such as the Guillain-Barré syndrome, and possible medical complications that can be better treated in this context with multidisciplinary treatment teams, including anesthesiology, neurology, neurosurgery, where I mentioned the connection between these two terms, and emergency medicine. Now, in this regard, I also want to mention a very specific medical issue, the one of epilepsy. And you are probably familiar with some basic facts about epilepsy. The etiology of epilepsy is still unknown, and very often this problem had been framed in the past as having some either mystical, in a positive sense, or spiritual, or possible demonic possession-like presentation. So the very concept of a sacred disease was connected to this medical problem. So what is epilepsy specifically in the context of this sacred disease interpretation? Temporal lobe epilepsy, TLE. It is a chronic disorder of the nervous system that has this seizure, this unprovoked focal seizure presentation that are, as the name implies, located in the temporal lobe of the brain, and those seizures last about 1 to 2 minutes on average, and that is why TLE is one of the most common form of epilepsy with the focal seizures. And just as a general review, keep in mind that there are about 40 types of epilepsy, a little over 40, that are divided into two main groups: focal seizure and generalized seizure. In this context, TME, focal seizures, account for roughly 60% of all adult cases, and TLE is the most common form of them all. Now, in more modern time, this concept of a sacred disease related to this medical issue, temporal lobe epilepsy, is the very, very famous case of Pius IX, the Catholic Pope, and the claim according to which a lot, if not most, of his theology, especially late theological pronouncement, were connected to again temporal lobe epilepsy that he was suffering from. Now, of course, as usual, there are multiple interpretation and unfortunately misinterpretation of the role and value, dare to say, of TLE in the Pope's pronunciation. And of course there is no documented evidence that Pius IX had undertaken any specific treatment for this problem. There are apparently no medical records in this context, and by apparently I don't mean to identify anything on the conspiracy theory perspective, but also due to sheer scientific knowledge at the time. We're talking about 1870, I believe 1871, 1872 roughly. And also the issue here is connected to the fact that generally speaking, and there are some studies that indicate that as well, the literature supporting the fact that everything was caused by TLE tends to have a negative view of Pius IX in general, and the opposite is true for positive views of his theology and less appreciation for the role that temporal lobe epilepsy might have had in his work and his thought process and by definition the spiritual connection with these pronunciations. Now, it is also important to to keep in mind that there are several of the dogmatic aspects, the dogmas that were part of papal doctrine at that time were already theoretically in place long before Pius IX had the chance to really talk and write about these theological aspects, so we cannot really use epilepsy as a justification for that. What is true and what we know based on the literature and the current record is that he indeed had partial epilepsy, which resulted from an accident that he was victim of at a young age, and a combination of anoxia and developmental anomalies that were evidenced by hemiplegia and facial asymmetry that you can notice in the photographs taken of the Pope. And of course we can say because of that epilepsy was indeed affecting a lot of the psychological processes. Now, what it seems to be a little non-fully based on scientific evidence is that the doctrine itself was indeed caused by the epileptic seizure in this context, and of course there is stigma about epilepsy that continues to this day. If there is a lesson to learn from the view that epileptic seizure, especially in this context, TLE, has in society, is our increased awareness of the neurological foundation, the neural underpinnings on one side, the need for a more tolerant, inclusive, and empathetic perception and support for individuals suffering from it, and also the clear distinction between experience, both personal experience as well as relational experience, societal experience on one side, and the etiological role of epilepsy, so that we don't confound these two things, we don't merge things together, claim that one is the causal factor of the other, despite the fact that we mentioned this multiple times, there are plenty of neurological evidence for at least the underpinning factor in this context. Now, I will include here some of the articles that talked about the connection between the concept of a sacred disease on one side and the current scientific evidence on temporal lobe epilepsy, and also some works that are parallel to neuroscience that stem from biology, neurobiology, and theoretical speculation on these fields. I just think of the work by Robert Sapolsky in this context, and again the clear identification with the fact that certain, let's use the term, psychiatric presentation that might be apparent in the context of an enhanced sense of the religious, spiritual, mystical, transcendental, are connected to the interest itself.
So being more interested in religious themes, not with direct perception of these religious factors. And of course, but this I do not mean to say that this is not true in all cases of epilepsy, but we need to distinguish, we need to separate the perception, the sensation, the phenomenon from the noumenon of the mystical conceptualization of self. Because we could say the opposite, that there are psychiatric disorders, even outside of temporal lobe epilepsy, that by definition might help, foster, increase, enhance spirituality or religiosity in people. But we could also make the opposite claim if you want to use a reductionist perspective, namely that individuals that do not have the same level of spiritual, mystical, transcendental, religious experience might have different neurological functions. And the ultimate judgment, which one is the more proper, which one is the most rational, it's something that we cannot detect specifically outside of an interpretation of brain function. So judgment and perception, the central part of our discussion on neurocritical and neurointensive care, and specifically regarding temporal lobe epilepsy. And this, by the way, this conversation is part of the medical analysis and psychological analysis since the 1800 and 1900. Even Freud, talking about Dostoevsky, claimed that epilepsy was indeed involved in change of personality, and there's plenty of literature in the context of the connection between genius and folly, or mutation, changing to human personality due to neurological factors. In neuroscience, we mentioned the case of Phineas Gage in Vermont, as well as the less scientific and more narrative-like literature. Think about Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, for instance. Now, there are certain things that we need to keep in mind in a more modern sense when we talk about neurosurgery, neurocritical care, which is the connection between computational, automated, informatics-based, virtual-based interventions and what the neuromedical engineering can do in terms of supporting patients affected by these type of problems, and I would like to talk about the application of medical science. Think about neurological disorders such as Parkinson's disease, and most of I won't say most, but many of these research studies focus indeed on the regeneration of damaged neuronal tissues or completely lost neural tissue via the engineered version of the mechanical properties of the nervous system. Now, what does it mean? Well, it means that creating artificial electronic circuits mimicking the neural tissues is an important part of this interface, this brain-computer or neural interface structure that replicate these activities, electromagnetics, electrochemical activity in the body, and account for the possible challenges and rejection of artificial materials by the body. In this context, further research developments cover microelectrodes and optical neural interfaces with fiber optics, as well as complete microsystems to collect and modulate multiple signals and deliver them to the neural tissue. Again, this focuses on neurogenesis, neuroregeneration, neuromodulation, because this type of research focuses on the transmission delivery modality. So an artificial delivery modality versus a natural delivery modality. So amplitude and aperture, length and shape, and population of spikes of action potential in the body. So combining the chemical, electrical, magnetic, and optical signals. So production, transmission, and delivery. Now, because we mentioned neuromodulation, neuroregeneration, and neurogenesis, the main focus here is to correct and rebalance the neural functions of specific brain areas without the side effects, without negatively affecting neighboring regions or causing undesirable side effects. For instance, problems with, or rather alterations with visual spatial perception, localized or generalized pain. We mentioned the research by Ramachandran in the past, as well as more psychiatric related problems such as psychomotor agitation as well as tremor. Neurology is connected to neuroscience in general, but also neuropsychiatry and neuropsychology because they share clinical interests: agnosia, agraphesthesia, agraphia, alexia, amnesia, anosognosia, aphasia, apraxia, prosodia, ADHD, ASD, but also Alzheimer's, dementia, dyslexia, epilepsy, psychosis, stroke, and traumatic brain injury. Another important subfield within neuroscience and medicine, discussed in this chapter, is the field of paleoneurology. What is paleoneurology? Well, paleoneurology studies the effect of the brain on the skull, or the pressure that exerts on the innermost layer of the skull. Now, this pressure or imprint is a process called imprintation or endocast. Now, just as we mentioned earlier, in the context of the application of neural mechanisms and brain-computer interface, this virtual modeling readaptation through neuroengineering, the process of imprintation can also be replicated artificially, and this is done to support modeling on the basis of applied approaches and further developed by the implementation of computed tomography and computer algorithms, as opposed to the naturally occurring sedimentation through the cranial foramina. Now, an important aspect of this is that brains and skulls have been drawn to infer certain characteristics and traits from the very early stages of precursors of modern psychiatry and psychology within paleoneurology, but also in pseudoscientific fields. And we're talking about the history, of course, here of the developments that led to modern paleoneurology. And these pseudoscientific fields, of course, are fields such as phrenology, certain aspects of racist pseudoscientific claims within eugenics, within the eugenic movement, and to some extent also to physiognomy in this context. So again, it is impossible to completely separate the scientific enterprise from the norms, the ethics, the judgment of the sociocultural milieu at the time where these scientific studies were indeed performed. Now, the connection between different species and races and the connection with these concepts and ethnocultural subgroups are connected to, yet again, discussions on structure and function and purpose within neuroscience, more specifically within neuroanatomy. Now, to give an example, some researchers believe that certain anatomical features are a sign of cerebral organization moving toward a more human pattern. We're talking about the link between human and non-human animals, and this is the case of Ralph Holloway and the endocast of Australopithecus afrensis. While in other perspectives, according to other perspectives, think about Dean Falk, these perspectives suggest that these patterns, more specifically the position of the depression, are indicator of the lunate sulcus, similar to what is found in an ape-like sulcal pattern. So difference similarities. Now, scientists are in agreement with some basic neurobiological aspects, of course, because that's where the research has led us to this point. But some scientists believe that similarities between skulls from different species could provide proof of relation, which could be justifying similarities in cognitive, emotional functions as well, and also as serving as the basis for perception, for self-identification, proprioceptive patterns, conceptualization of self, and identity. And so this is the continuation from last week's discussion in connection to animal modeling within neuroscience. Now, from this perspective, geometry, asymmetry, and or unevenness between the right and left hemisphere could indicate hemispherical specialization, which, as we mentioned 2 weeks ago, could account for specific qualitative and quantitative differences in terms of emotions and behavior, as well as processing speed in computational cognitive terms. Let's mention just a few things regarding neurophysiology, because this is also a field connected to what we said so far. But let me just say that clinical neurophysiology is part of medicine as a field here in the United States, but it's an entirely separate field in many European countries. Now, by entirely separate, I mean from an academic educational perspective. Now, of course, everything is connection here. So to identify this connection, well, neurology contributes to a further understanding of disorder from a medical scientific perspective. Neurophysiology studies the whole spectrum of neural function, including the physiology of neural function. Now, what type of research tools do we find here? We have molecular biology-based technology that are used in combination with imaging techniques, for instance, calcium imaging, electrophysiological recording, so patch and voltage clamp, but also field potential and single unit recording technologies, and optogenetics resources. For instance, we see EEG utilized to monitor brainwaves and compare their structure frequency for the evaluation of possible CNS abnormalities such as seizures. Nerve conduction studies are instead used to investigate the PNS and in combination with EMG to analyze muscles and nerves, while PSG is used for sleep studies. In this context, combination of electroencephalography, electromyography, and evoked potential are found in intraoperative neurophysiological monitoring, IONM, for instance, in somatosensory evoked potential, SEPs, transcranial Doppler imaging, or TCDI, transcranial electrical Moore evoked potential, TCEMEP, and many others. Now, neurophysiology is such a vast field that I will not make a list of all the scientists that contributed to it, but just a few names in this context. We mentioned Mondino de Liuzzi and Leonardo da Vinci. Perhaps the work by Niccolò Massa, the research at the Venetian College of Physicians on the cerebrospinal fluid and syphilis is very, very important, historically speaking, as is the work by Fernelius, who was the first physician scientist to describe the spinal canal and actually to use the term physiology. Other famous names we can mention here is Jason Pratensis, Giulio Cesare Avanzio, Robert Burton, Vincenzo Malacarne, and Johann Webfel. Now, Malacarne is relevant to the history of medicine in general because he analyzed the cerebellum, which is connected to neuroscience in general, because Galvani observed the function of nerves and the reaction to electric impulses, and then Vic Dazier first and von Semmering after described the substantia nigra, and Portage studied the subiculum and lateral and medial geniculate bodies. Le Galois studied the medulla oblongata, and the Schwann cells got their name from, of course, the famous Dr. Schwann, another German physiologist. The last topic for this chapter is perhaps the best scientific connection between mind and body. So in a course on critical neuroscience, when we examine multiple aspects, specifically empirical one, laboratory-based, evidence-based, all the way to theoretical, philosophical, and social aspects, I would say that the next part of this chapter, the conclusion, the last subfield or connected subfields in a plural, is in this sense the best explanation. I am talking about psychoneuroimmunology, psychobiology, and psychopharmacology. Now, in the context of psychopharmacology, of course, it is impossible to summarize all the psychopharmacological interventions in the context of psychiatry in a 15-week course. So in the textbook, you will find a brief examination in the form of a list of the most important, and by that I mean the most commonly prescribed modern psychotropic medications. And in this list, you find the distinction between antidepressants, antipsychotic, stimulants, and descriptors, labels such as mood stabilizer, anti-anxiety, anti-obsessive, and anti-panic agents. This list includes both generic, international, as well as US brand names. So this will be for the brief examination of psychopharmacology. Within psychoneuroimmunology and psychobiology, I just want to mention a few things. Now, psychobiology is a term that is often used as a synonym for behavioral neuroscience, which we already analyzed when we talked about between psyche and mind, also in connection to affective neuroscience. But psychobiology describes the interaction between biological systems and behavior. Now, the focus is on the system-based processes, and I'm talking about the nervous system, that determines the mechanic basis of emotions, thoughts, and actions. Now, an elaboration of this point of view and methodological framework is indeed represented by psychoneuroimmunology. Now, this term was officially used in academia for the first time, at least in the Western world, by the psychologist Robert Adler and the immunologist Nicholas Cohen in the context of their studies on conditioning and immunosuppression. That psychoneuroimmunology further develops the analysis on the connection between psyche and mind and moves the attention onto the etiological and diagnostic aspects of mental, medical disorders and syndromes. And in this context, it's really important to understand how mind and body are connected, and is plenty of scientific evidence demonstrating this, thinking about somatized features, thinking about allergies, hypersensitivities, autoimmune disease, immune deficiencies, and intolerances overall. So the focus here on psychoneuroimmunology is really the biopsychosocial model and preventive medicine, preventive measure to foster effective health strategies and overall well-being. Now, I really encourage students to review some of the bibliographical references provided at the end of this chapter in the textbook. But I would like to mention just a few things here because psychoneuroimmunology is so important to understand the stress response, the HPA axis, this connection to psychophysical well-being. Think about studies by Hans Selye on the general adaptation syndrome, or studies by George Solomon on psychoimmunology. So at this point in our conversation, week 8, passing the midterm, halfway through the semester, if the question is, does mind affect the body? Does mind psychological processes, I dare to say spiritual processes, if by spirit we think about terms such as pneuma, vis vitalis, milieu intérieur, internal states, homeostasis, etc. Do these things, this concept, these processes influence our physical health? Does our mind influence our psychological state? Does our mind influence our body physiological processes? The answer is a yes full stop. And there is plenty of scientific evidence to support this. What does it mean? Well, there is strong scientific evidence to support things such as meditation and prayer and mindfulness and integrative approaches to medicine. This is no longer up for debate. What it could be up for debate is maybe some misappropriation or misinterpretation of these practices and their specific role in preventive medicine. Another thing I want to mention in this context is there is extremely strong scientific evidence for the importance of emotions, understanding, empathy, I dare to say poetry and creativity for health and well-being. So I'm quite disappointed to see how there are still some people who have very unscientific claims within academia, I would say, or within how can I define this? Within a stereotypical image of academia. And the context is the presumed clash between liberal arts and STEM fields. Now, I just want to clarify that distinction between these two exists only in the United States. Maybe we could push that for some parts of the Anglo-Saxon academic world, but I feel that it's a distinction that really is a descriptor of the current situation in the U.S. Now, to classify liberal arts as opposed to STEM fields is, first of all, a demonstration of historical ignorance, and also a demonstration of the ignorance of very basic premises and application of the scientific method. Now, liberal arts, arti liberali, since the beginning of academia, since the very birth of universities, that in themselves are the connection between the Greco-Roman world and medieval Europe. Since the beginning, liberal arts included fields such as rhetoric, dialectics, so therefore logic, arithmetic, geometry, and of course, grammar, astronomy, and music. So to consider mathematics, for instance, to consider logic as a non-scientific field, it's completely unscientific of a statement. Now, there is this misappropriation of the term that liberal arts are either easier than STEM fields, and if I like to say something in this connection, we could just say that there will be no STEM fields without mathematics or logic to begin with, or they are a misrepresentation of what science is and should be. Well, this latter claim I would further address in the next week and the following one, so week 9 and 10, simply because we will talk about culture and the connection within neuroscience. But if there is this misinterpretation of liberal arts as either too emotional and less scientific, as if emotions and creativity are separate from science, well, this is both historically false and completely unscientific. Now, since we're talking about scientific evidence, you don't have to take my word for it. Aside from the fact that the history is extremely clear, you just need to study it to see the role of emotions and creativity and rhetoric and logic as part of liberal arts for the scientific enterprise. I just want to mention a few things because from the perspective of neuroscience, there are multiple studies that clearly indicate that the stress response is also mediated by the connection between emotions and empathy. Think about the mother-infant connection, the fact that human beings thrive when there is empathy, having the most potential neural growth of any species, and this mediation by this connection. It's important because mothers directly impact their baby's cortisol level by their reaction to internal and external stressors and related hormonal levels. More specifically, this reaction causes different responses in the modulatory ability of their children. Think about the research by Lyons and Ruth. Neuroimmunology, psychobiology, and psychopharmacology are just some of the fields that provide clear scientific evidence for the importance of emotions. I also am very critical of certain claims that emotions, because of this connection with neural underpinnings of thoughts, behavior, and plasticity, can be reduced to neurochemical or neuroelectromagnetic components, as if they are not worthy in themselves. This is a very unscientific perspective that certain theoreticians would claim to be the ultimate truth. I also dare to say that some of these theoreticians, I think one name that just comes to mind is Yuval Harari, are in themselves not neuroscientists, and so they might misrepresent the way the scientific field actually is developed. But in any case, you don't have to pick and choose between emotion, poetry, and art, and science, logic, and math. We're talking about exactly the same thing, speaking multiple languages in this context. We mentioned this when we talked about embodied cognition and emotional intelligence and so on and so forth. I also want to clarify that because of all these factors, health fully depends on factors that directly influence biology and is, from a broad perspective, influenced by biology. So there is a connection, there is connectedness, there's connectivity with others. Another research that I often quote is the one by Candace Pert, that was able to demonstrate that neuropeptides and neurotransmitters directly impact the immune system, and that this system and the endocrine system are modulated by the entire central nervous system, so not only the brain but the whole CNS, and they are deeper connected to the processes involved again in emotions, cognitions, self-awareness, etc. Another research on neuroimmune interaction is the one by David Felton, and certain perspectives are more current on the enteric nervous system, the intrinsic nervous system, have to do with the so-called second brain and the function of gastroenteric neurotransmitters. Think about studies conducted by McConaughey, by Lisina Krause, by Lichkova, by Porro, and Gershon. Now, there are other things to keep in mind here. Connecting multiple systems and working on perspectives of immune alterations producing changes in behavior and vice versa, behaviorally induced changes to the immune system, directly help these disciplines to study the best medication strategies for the treatment of mental health disorders. So think about a deeper understanding of protein binding, half-life, polymorphic genes, and drug-to-drug interactions. Now, this again goes back to the complexity of behavioral aspects and the fact that, according to the Vickian expression, coscienza non è conoscenza. Brain, culture, society, those three main aspects, and we will venture into, as the name implies, the connection between brain activity, both in the context of cognition, emotion, and behavior, and social applicability. So we will talk about the context, we will talk about the difference between community and society, we will talk about judgment, we will talk about inclusion, inclusivity, we will certainly talk about diversity, tolerance, and empathy. This is in fact one of the central component of this part of our discussion, and we will begin by examining a concept that in the book is described as Mother Nature, Father Nurture. So this is something that will require quite a bit of data analysis, quite a bit of etymological and sociological understanding, because the primary things to discuss is the connection between biology and, I would say, etymology or semantics. So is there anything that we could know with a certain degree of precision that we can borrow from natural sciences, specifically biology, and how does that impact the way we perceive the world in a social context? That will be the very first beginning of this discussion. Our connection between ourselves, our self-perception, and the world around us. There are multiple ways to do this, and part of our analysis on ethnomedicine, medical anthropology, and the social implication
to these fields is because, as we mentioned in past weeks, it is not enough to understand solid biological data to verify how these data actually have an impact in the way we interact on a daily basis with each other. Now, this is also one of those areas of the course where I hope I will provide enough scientific evidence to the way empathy is produced, understood, and shared in order to create a safe environment, in order to create a purposeful, nurturing, and respectful communication level between each other. All right, so as we mentioned, let's start first by talking about chromosomes. Chromosomes as the first method to understand sex.
Wonderful. So as usual, I would like to start by the definition with some etymological analysis. The word chromosomes was first utilized by the German anatomist Heinrich Wilhelm Waldeyer and comes from the Greek. Soma, if you remember, has to do with body, right? We mentioned that in the somatic nervous system. And the Greek chroma means color. And so color plus body, the word chromosome describes their strong staining by particular dyes. Now, why are chromosomes related to sex determination in human beings? Well, let's start from sex determination in mammals. In placental mammals, the presence of a Y chromosome determines sex. In general, cells from female contains 2 X chromosomes, and cells from male subjects contain an X and a Y chromosome. So again, XX or XY. Now, in human embryos, something that I would like you to remember, the SRY gene encodes a very specific and unique transcription factor which is activating a testis-forming pathway about around 7 weeks of development. Now, before this time, the embryonic gonad is, so to speak, indifferent. It's not specialized, meaning that it's capable of developing to either a testis or an ovary. Now, once this gene product stimulates the indifferent gonad to develop into a testis, the SRY gene, the testis begins producing 2 hormones, testosterone and anti-Mullerian hormone, or AMH. Should also specify that in the early stage, the early embryo has 2 different system of ducts, the Wolffian and Mullerian duct. And they're both capable of developing to the male and female reproductive tracts, respectively. Now, dihydrotestosterone, which is one of the derivatives of testosterone, induces formation of other organs in the male reproductive system, while AMH, again the anti-Mullerian hormone, causes the degeneration of the Mullerian duct. Now, in female subjects who do not contain SRY protein, this ovary-forming pathway is activated by a different set of proteins. The fully developed ovary then produces estrogen, which triggers development of the uterus, oviducts, and the cervix from the Mullerian duct.
Wonderful. The second one that I would like to discuss are hormones. Okay, again, hormones in connection to neurotransmitters. How do they play a role in understanding sex?
Now, to continue with mammals, the 2 main sex hormones are estrogen and testosterone. And these sex hormones have a wide-ranging effects in the body. As we mentioned earlier, the estrogen is produced primarily by the ovaries, while testosterone is produced by testes. Now, keep in mind that these hormones affect sexual function as well as a variety of processes, physiologically speaking, so from brain, blood vessel, bones, etc. Now, since everything is connected, and we will talk about gonads next, keep in mind that sex hormones are also known as gonadal steroids, gonadocorticoids, or simply sex steroids, because they're steroid hormones that interact with the vertebrate steroid hormone receptors. Now, while it's true that by definition male sex hormones are androgens and female sex hormones are estrogens and progestogens, you also need to keep in mind that there are other types of sex hormones. So within progestogens, pregnenolone, progesterone, allopregnanolone, etc. Within androgens, androstenedione, dihydroprogesterone, androstenedione. Within estrogen, estrone, estradiol, estriol. and a few others. Now, of course, progestogens or progestagens, spelled with the A, are in themselves a class of steroid hormones that bind to and activate the progesterone receptor. And progesterone is the major and most important progestogen in the body. Now, this is so important, just to specify the link again between the meaning of the word, etymology, and the biological structure. Progestogens are named for their function in maintaining pregnancy. So the word progestational, although to be specific, there are also present other phases of the menstrual cycles and the estrus. Now, while they're involved in pregnancy primarily, the major tissues affected by progestogens include also brain activity, brain specifically, but also the uterus, the cervix, breast, testes, vagina. And the main biological role of progestogens is the female reproductive system and the male reproductive system. And therefore, they're involved in preparation of the mammary gland for lactation, regulation of the menstrual cycle, breastfeeding, following parturition in women. And in men, progesterone affects spermiogenesis, sperm capacitations, and testosterone synthesis.
Fantastic. So let's continue with gonads as a third method. This is not a specific order, it's just an order that I like to utilize in this lecture. Gonads to understand sex, and also whether this distinction and understanding between sexes are only applicable to human beings or to other mammals, other animals, or maybe something else that we will discuss in the next few minutes.
Now, talking about the animal kingdom in zoology, gonad indicates as a word the primary reproductive gland that produces reproductive cells, also called gametes. Now, talking about etymology again, well, gamete originates from the Greek word gamete, wife, or gametes, husband, from gamos, marriage. Gonad and gender originate from the Greek gone, which indicates generation, seed, and in itself borrowing from modern Latin gonades, which is the plural of gonad. So again, from gonas through gonas, genus, 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 and in Latin, genus or genus is, of course, indicating not just seed, but also birth, creation, family, and even in extended sense, nation. So gonas, genus, genus, gender. So by this definition, it also indicates a type or a class of noun, for instance, in the case of grammar gender. And this indication of separation, of distinction, is also present in the etymological origin of the term sex, from also separating, dividing, cutting through from the Indo-European root. So again, but what do they do, since they're primary reproductive organs? So gonads are responsible for producing the sperm and ova, but they also secrete hormones and are considered to be endocrine glands. So again, the connection between nervous system and endocrine system, between hormones and neurotransmitter. Just to review within testes. So male sex hormones as a group are called androgens, and the principal androgen is testosterone, which is secreted by the testes. Versus thinking about ovaries, two groups of female sex hormones are produced in the ovaries, the estrogens and progesterone, and the steroid hormones contribute to the development and function of female reproductive organs and sex characteristics.
Moving on, let's talk about genitalia as our investigation on sex and gender continues.
So to continue our examination, genitalia are sex organs or reproductive organs. They're any part of an animal or plant that is involved in sexual reproduction. In animals are testes in the male and ovary in the females, and of course they're called primary sex organs. Secondary sex organs, divided between the external sex organs, the genitals or genitalia, are visible at birth in both sexes, and on the other side you have internal sex organs. So again, to review everything and bring it all together, the primary sex organs are the gonads, which is a pair of sex organs that diverge into testes following male development or into ovaries following female development. But the gonads, as primary sex organs, generate reproductive gametes containing inheritable DNA. And gamete, of course, to continue our etymology from gonos, is a term that originates from the ancient Greek that also is connected to marry. And a gamete is a haploid cell that fuses with another haploid cell during fertilization in organisms that reproduce sexually. Now, size, specific biological size, it's also important in our discussion because male bodies develop toward the production of small gametes, so sperm, and female bodies develop toward the production of large gametes or ova.
Fantastic. Last but certainly not least, we will talk about the brain as a whole. This is a course in critical neuroscience. So, of course, I would like to pay special attention to this topic.
The first thing I want to mention is that, yes, science has indeed identified very specific differences between male and female brain in this context. But again, I want to be clear, this does not mean that those differences are differences in capacities or abilities, but we could identify those differences as variations of already present functional and structural components of the brain that might justify, biologically speaking, differences in preferences, for instance, in the context of social interaction, job choice, emotional response. And of course, this has a very important practical application in the context of clinical diagnosis and medicine. So it's really important to understand that there is no such thing as an anti-scientific component in verifying the existence of these factors. In practice, we already identify basic biological sex differences between male and females, including size, gene expression, differences in chromosomes, hormone productions, morphology of genitals, external factors such as weight and height and voice pitch and bone density and muscle mass. But similar differences are also found in the context of neural functions and structures. For instance, there are significant neuroanatomical differences that are largely due to the effect of sex hormones on brain development. And this, of course, indicates that the activity, the expression of genes on the sex chromosomes play a role in shaping such differences. On average, to give an example, males and females showed greater volume in different areas of the cortex, which is the outer layer of the brain. Females had greater volume in the prefrontal cortex, orbital frontal cortex, superior temporal cortex, and lateral parietal cortex, as well as the insula. Males instead had greater volume in the ventral temporal and occipital region, which might also account for better visual spatial performance data that we obtain from psychological testing. Now, of course, within functional brain imaging research and brain neuroimaging studies in general, it is clear that there are anatomical differences that are connected with rotation, visual object recognition, face processing, inhibition, and cognitive control, as well as conflict. The strongest association was found in facial processing. Another important element is that, on average, scientists identify that females tend to have a significantly thicker cortices than men, while men had higher brain volume than women in subcortical region. And this is important because, in general, based on studies published so far, thicker cortices are associated with higher scores on general intelligence tests and cognitive tests. Again, we could provide many other examples of sexual dimorphism between males and females. For instance, the third interstitial nucleus of the anterior hypothalamus is significantly larger in males, or the fact that in terms of connectivity tissue, male subjects appear to have a stronger link front to back in comparison to hemilateral connectivity, so between right and left hemisphere in female subjects. Again, beyond issues of white matter connectivity, it is important to understand that there are sex-specific differences that could better explain differences between male and female rates within mental health needs. For instance, women are twice as likely to experience clinical depression and anxiety as men, despite the fact that the rates for self-harm and suicide rates are very different, in fact opposite, where men are about 3 times as likely to suffer from autism and twice as likely to have ADHD in comparison to women. Same thing we could say about developmental aspect of mental health, where young males' dyslexia rate is perhaps 10 times that of girls, and they are 40% more likely to develop schizophrenia in adulthood.
All right, starting with the hypothesis A1. Let's visualize this one.
Now, we start from a reductionist equation, so to speak, and we will hypothetically assign the coefficient x and y to mind and matter, respectively. Now, of course, the main difference between the two hypotheses, the H model here, is whether these two variables are actually equal, not necessarily identical. Now, in the equations that we report here, this material equivalence presents two added aspects. A, it poses a biconditional logical connective in the second case between x and y, thus an if and only if carrying necessity and sufficiency. And B, it involves further investigation on the constants of valence versus value, again in propositional logical terms. This is connected again to Heidegger in relation to the essential being of matter versus mind. In other words, this if and only if presupposes at least two moments, either temporal, chronological, or spatial, between A, the observation on X, and spatial between the observation of Y, and 2, or B, between the first primary observation of X and Y and the second secondary observation of X and Y. So let's continue. We're talking about union of sets here. So in U2 we can see that a weak equivalence between X mind and Y matter is united to a strong equivalence between these two variables, while in U3 we observe an intersection of these two levels of strengths. However, applying this significance in the context of consciousness would mean that the same order of magnitude found in this connection would account for an approximation based on logarithmic calculation, while the isomorphism defined its equivalency would mean that the mind and matter are structurally identical. Now, in all this union of sets, so U2, U3, U4A versus U4B, the idea is to define whether mind and matter are structurally identical. So to quantify matter, to see how mind and matter could be at least mathematically connected by computational relation, or in other words, via the analysis of computational balance, providing the same number for both entities. We talked about base 10 logarithm. Now, saying instead that mind and matter are structurally identical is actually going beyond their mathematical number, or that in a halomorphic sense, Heil and form present the same structure. To clarify, I do not expect students to remember these equations, but get a grasp on the general conversation how to demonstrate the connection between mind and matter.
Okay, great. So we need to verify the following. Okay, great. So
now, since we're talking about the realm of hypothesis here, we talked about mathematics, logics. The assumption here is that we can theoretically create a separation between X and Y to verify the existence of such separation, which appears to be a contradiction in terms based on all the premises. Now, things are complicated by the fact that not only the separation might be an artificial one, but also that this artifice to obtain such results is created by the observer, by the decision maker, or by the observation/decision-making method, by the cutoff method. Thus, we should at least attempt to calculate the probability that each of these solutions might actually be close to truth, in a statistical approximation sense. So we could start, by verifying each of the hypotheses, the probability for each of the hypotheses, HA1, HA2, and HB, in the following way. So there are 5 different steps, 5 different ways. A, the probability of X, thus limiting the investigation of whether there is enough warrant for independence existence of mind. And my apologies, in the slide I mentioned that there is a misspell. It says ether rather than there. B, PRY, thus limiting the investigation of whether there is enough warrant for independence existence of matter. C. Probability of HA1 for identity, structural, computational, etc. D. Probability of HA2 for material equivalence by conditional logical connectivity in terms of a necessity sufficient for existence. And the last probability for HB for equivalence as opposed to equality. Again, since we're talking about a possible comparison between computation and structure, again, Heil versus form, and probability p-value, it might be appropriate to remove or at least account for fixed significance thresholds as opposed to incremental values. This will mean interpreting our results as grades or degrees, as well as steps or stages of the strength of evidence of existence against a null hypothesis. We should at the same time be very careful in not assigning value to the value, mathematically speaking, given that our investigation is about the parameters which would help us define the existence of mind and matter as either completely separate entities, combined or interacting entities, or if we should only talk about one entity, represented with features appearing connected to a mind-body series of processes or activities, or a matter-based series of processes or activities. Again, in HC, the arrows are bidirectional, thus implying mutual implication between mind and matter. This view represents the core of dualism from this specific perspective, although to better define which type of dualism we're talking about, we suggest we operate a further split from this level to the secondary level. And again, talking about dualism, there's many that we previously discussed: substance dualism, predicate, property dualism, but also epiphenomenalism, interactionism, occasionalism, universalism, etc. And in the last part of this analysis, we compare again our table on page 158 and the theories that we mentioned regarding Kerner, McGinn, Taylor, Wolfram, also in connection to Ishikawa, and in Ishikawa's perspective of linguistic limitation, in connection to worldview limits, measurements, and measure. And of course, the measure issue goes all the way back to the measurement axiom and the analysis of Ishikawa, of course, but also the analysis of Schrödinger, starting from the Hamiltonian operator H, define the system's total energy, set spectrum of possible outcomes when there is a measurement, or the total energy of a system. To clarify, I do not expect students to remember these equations, but get a grasp on the general conversation how to demonstrate the connection between mind and matter. So you might wonder, what's the value in learning all these equations, despite the fact that, yet again, I'm not expecting you to memorize any of these equations. What's the value to better understand mind and body connection? Well, this chapter talks about perception and cognition, and I hope to have had the chance to indicate how our perceptual factors have a lot of connection with the way we interpret the world, the way we think about the world, cognition, and in turn, the way we think about the world influence the way those very things are entering the system, are being perceived by our system. And I mentioned the connection with the social cognitive theory and the model proposed by Bandura. You can find this on page 166 and 167. And this is something that is related because we consider a three-dimensional conceptualization of the mind-body problem. And this triangle would immediately make us think of Trinitarian theories, especially in the metaphysical or even theological sense, when you think about the Trinity, but also in relation to the physical dimension of structural features, for instance, the double helix of the DNA. And you probably all know the work by Francis Collins, who focused on the human nature, on the divine origin of evolution, on the genetic substructure of creation, including humans, and on the moral law, yet again perceived by us humans. And in conclusion, a solid focus on altruism through the philosophical analysis at the basis of the research on the Human Genome Project. I will also like to mention specifically in regard to the conceptualization of the natural and moral law connection, the work by David Berlinski. Now, the most important aspect of this perspective is the presumed scientific requirement that science demands atheism from within. And in other words, science uses itself to claim that it's more scientific to expose a position in which there is no warrant for a God than the other way around. Collins, again, presents numerous fallacious assumptions of the concept of a deistic versus theistic and personal God or religion, and the same can be said about David Berlinski. What is the scientific research in terms of empirical studies? Well, there are plenty of research studies that and the phenomenon of connection between a transcendental nature have been analyzed by many scientists. I just want to mention yet again the work by Mario Beauregard on the alternate state of mind, by Moore, Janssen, Van Loon on near-death experiences, the model that we mentioned a few times on consciousness by Roger Penrose and Stuart Hameroff, the research by Stevenson on reincarnation, and many others. But of course, what is missing and what's truly transcendental, in my mind even spiritual and metaphysical, is the fact that none of these small parameters, relatively small parameters, well separated from each other, cannot create consciousness. So there must be something more that is equivalent to more than the sum of its parts. In this regard, I want to mention the quote on page 187. At the end of his scientific career, Penfield concluded that higher mental functions, such as consciousness, reasoning, imagination, and will, are not produced by the brain. Mind is a non-physical phenomenon interacting with the brain. One of the names that you might have remembered from previous lectures is the one by John Eccles, the famous neurophysiologist, the Australian neurophysiologist, who analyzed this problem starting from the criticism, not necessarily in a negative sense, of the consideration presented by Karl Popper. Now, some of the most important aspects of Eccles' thesis are developing collaboration with Friedrich Beck. So, to identify the concept of a mind trigger movement that acts upon the brain via the activation of cortical dendrons, more specifically, dendrons in the 6 laminae of the cerebral cortex, which are in turn connected to psychons. What do we mean by psychons? Well, psychons define a unitary conscious experience that elicits an electrochemical neural response under the laws of quantum mechanics. Again, in this chapter, we're really trying to combine what we gather from the empirical evidence to the application of theoretical methods to make sure that we don't miss important aspects in these equations. Why is this important? Well, it's important because it's connected with the concept of free will due to the activation of dendrons by psychons happening in willed actions and thoughts. Now, what do we mean by willed action and thoughts? This is connected to the concept of will, free will, volition, as well as connection to a higher meaning, as we will see shortly after. So will as connected to what we said earlier about the new man of the spirit, so the cortex, the prefrontal cortex particularly, as opposed to the old man of the flesh. So spirit as intellectual ability, intellectual strength, and so will as power to reason, to understand, to perceive, to act upon certain circumstances. So, since this activation of dendrons by psychons happens in willed action and thoughts, this increases the probability of action potential in specific neurons through quantum tunneling effect in synaptic exocytosis. Now, Eccles also theorizes that the opposite of what we just said, in a reverse process, is in place when we are dealing with perception instead of willed cognition. Some similarities, not necessarily in the quantum mechanic-based explanation of the neural processes, but on the primacy of mind, are found in the work by Pascal Michael and Vincent Torley. Now, one thing that I want to stress here is this theoretical transcendental approach, because the issue is not just that the West, particularly the Anglo-Saxon world, the Western scientific enterprise, the Western medical establishment, it's not only ethnocentric. We talked about the Nasirema, right, last week, and problems with bias and racism, intrinsic mislabeling, misunderstanding, forced diagnosis that we witness in the West. So this is not a only an ethnocentric problem, but it's also cognicentric or pragmacentric, terms that Stanislav Grof coined in 1998, in a sense that we interpret science, the whole of human existence, only from a utilitarian/utilitarianistic materialist perspective, because we ought to do something with it. This will not be in itself problematic, but it's dangerous if we start to believe that that's all there is, that the whole ultimate purpose, the meaning of life is productivity. So in this sense, I dare to say that it's a representation of extremes on both the left and right political spectrum. The extremist view within communism, extremist views within capitalism, because they're both materialist based, both focus on this never-ending progress that is synonymous with materialist technological advance, without any focus on metaphysical, transcendental, or ethical factors. All right, so since we talked about the connection between science, perception, and the psychological, social, and political areas, what about these social cognitive theories, zone of proximal development, ZPD, the developmental aspects? Well, Vygotsky in 1962 offered a similar view in writing that inner speech is speech for oneself, external speech is speech for others. So this is, again, important for recognizing ourselves in the other person. That's a transcendental as well as social perspective, a perspective that includes the broadest possible area of perception. Also from I dare to say, a mystical and theological standpoint. Mentioning the word by Vladimir Lossky in the mystical theology, he mentioned the importance of understanding the difference between what we can and we should approach with our senses and our man-made technologies, and what it's given to us, I dare to say, in a mystical, divine, transcendental sense, and even as a revelation, if you see the quote by Lossky, right, in regard to the Trinity. This revelation that is something that it's revealed to us. It's not discovered by us, despite the fact that this veil, the veil, is present in both cases. Discovering, you remove the cover, and revelation, you remove the veil, or something is unveiled toward you. Now, of course, in Lossky's view, and in classical Christian orthodoxy, theosis is indicated by this process. Theosis, this divinization, which is not something we do, it's what we become, becoming God-like. Theosis is above human knowledge. And so while it's important to maintain solid scientific evidence and solid scientific method in understanding matter, our perception, our knowledge, it's only a minor portion of what the truth ultimately is. Theosis is above that type of knowledge. Now, so on one side, you have experimentation, empirical evidence, laboratory science, and on the opposite side, you find what is the mystical as well as the postmodernist approach, according to Sheff in 1992, where one understands something and then tries to get an idea about it, which is quite interesting because in the scientific method, we mentioned this multiple times in regard to the principle of falsifiability and the hypothesis testing. You first come out with a hypothesis, and then you test to verify whether the hypothesis makes sense at least, or is ultimately true, right? 0 and 1. In this context, it's the opposite. It's given to us. It's a gift. You understand something, I dare to say intuitively, to some extent, because intuitively, from the Latin intueor, has to do with going inside, moving inside, perceiving inside. So there's some sort of movement, and the movement is not active, of course, something we receive. So it's perceptual, it's passive, it's introspective in a sense that is receiving. Okay? And the other aspect is that it's a very subjective experience that has to do with, again, mystical states, to a very big extent, to states that we could compare to the ones of prophets, right? So people that are enlightened being, right? Because the first person experience is very difficult to replicate, scientifically speaking. It's also, in general terms, it's very difficult to understand from the outside. What does it mean to be me? How would you know what it means to be me? How can you fit my shoes, to speak? How can you understand my perspective? So this is what we strive for, and yet we struggle with using only materialistic scientific methods. And then another question remains on the level of the identification of where the process actually is. If let's assume that there is a way to indicate where the perception as a thing in itself and the human experience based on bones and blood and muscles and my ultimately body entity, my incarnation, where does it happen? Well, this is similar to the discussion we had about the card and the master gland, right? So the master gland as the pituitary gland, of course, connected to the thalamocortical activation, the hormonal regulation and the intersection between endocrine and nervous system, as well as the pineal gland, which according to Descartes was a seat of the human soul. And we could even analyze this twilight zone, right, when we have hypnagogic and hypnopompic states between wakeful states and sleep states. And how can we use a computational, and how can analyze those states if we want to verify whether soul incarnates, so to speak, within our body? Well, we could examine sleep patterns, for instance, via wave analysis, REM states, circadian rhythm, or external influences from pharmacological interventions. But at the same time, we will miss, the portion of neural underpinning and localization where we have, a left side and a right side, that left and right hemisphere presentation of such perceptual movement. And this perceptual movement has to do with things that we can recognize over time. Now, this chapter is about perception, cognition, understanding. And so this recognition, this understanding, is a recognition and understanding that happens right here, right now, through space and time. It has to do with the recognition of the self, with the ability of human beings to recognize themselves as themselves by looking back and creating hypotheses and envisioning a possible future. Interestingly enough, in connection to what we said about the principle of will, right, this willful presence, the free will and free want, will in itself has to do with volitional processes. And this volition is reenacting, making a future possible by virtue of combining the being and becoming. Okay, so being and becoming. Since we talk about language, is quite interesting. This being and becoming is connected to both sides of a ancient Indo-European culture. So you have Slavic languages where the verb budi, means to become, budi dobar, be a good person, dobar čovjek. Budi as in manifesting ourselves outwardly. Budi as presenting a mode of being oriented toward a future, becoming. The same term buddhich, it's found in Buddha. And the Buddha, according to Buddhist teaching, of course, the enlightened one, the person who becomes his true self, so to speak. This is fascinating from a linguistic perspective, and it's also making a lot of sense if we analyze the theology of Buddhist teaching. Because in this teaching, mind and body are separated but connected, interdependent and mutually supporting one another, metaphorically leaning against one another. So this element of a hug, of a embrace, is quite present. Now, according to the Buddha, our mind is flowing like a river or a stream, and it's constantly manifesting the 5 aggregates of Buddhist teaching. What are these 5 aggregates? Well, there are material form, feelings, perception, volition, and sensory consciousness. Now, this volition has to do with this will in a higher sense, okay? Will as in acting and reenacting, activating, manifesting the highest good as opposed to evil. So, in the Bible, you find terms such as people of good will. So it's not just a will in terms of a forced emphasis on control. It's not the Triumph des Willens, that had unfortunate memories within Nazi Germany of the 30s and 40s. It's the will as will to reach out, to become, to be enlightened, to love even. And that's another connection with Slavic languages. Think about voliti in southern Slavic languages, such as the Serbo-Croatian continuum, so Croatian, Bosnian, Serbian, as well as Montenegrin, and to some minor extent, Macedonian as well as Slovenian, where voliti means to love, although it's connected to volition, volere in Latin, to will, to wish even, okay? And the opposite, ljubiti, ljubav, has to do with the connection to kissing, to a different form of love, etymological related to Liebe in German, or love in English. But the idea of volition to create this connection to the outer side of us, recognizing ourselves in the other person, what we said about Emmanuel Levinas and the other, it's quite fascinating in Buddhist teaching as well. Now, these 5 aggregates are influenced by the 5 causal laws. So, biological laws, psychological laws, physical laws, volitional laws, and universal laws. It's fascinating because the view of the mind-body problem, including the fact that the universe is ever morphing, okay, is at the basis of Buddhist meditation and mindfulness practice. So we mentioned Indo-European culture, we mentioned Buddhism, we mentioned Slavic culture, and we mentioned Germanic and Italic culture as well. And so those practices, these mindfulness practices, are very similar to what we would define as unio mystica, or mystical union in the Catholic and Orthodox form of prayer, okay, or of the Satori or Kensho of the Zen tradition, or to remain in the India subcontinent, to the Nirvana. So one of the things that are fascinating is to study the mind-body problem and recognize how many of these similarities are there. And the further back we go in time, whether we want to use a simple linguistic approach or anthropological approach or archaeological approach, becomes more and more evident. Now, of course, there are some negative aspects of this as well, particularly in the caricaturesque form that some of these older spiritual traditions, so older in comparison to the 3 modern religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, present. And this is the case of Nova Religio Romana, the neo-paganism, Ronovierie, Asatru, which are in themselves interestingly enough, very important for the perspective of archaeological, anthropological reconstruction, but at the same time they become caricaturesque because they claim to be the continuation of a sequence, of a line of knowledge that was never forgotten. And to some extent, the claim is the same one that you can find in perennial philosophy, but the point is that it's a reconstruction. So something along the lines has been broken, or rather, it's not about being broken, but it's about being transformed, because the identity of these spiritual manifestations, by definition, are archetypes, and so they can take on different shapes in order to readapt themselves. They don't readapt themselves in order to survive in the specific social context, but they are creating the social context to a very big extent. So neo-paganism is a contradiction in term, first of all, because the term pagan comes from the Latin paganus, which is in modern Italians paesano, which has to do with folksman or person from the same rural town, but with a negative exit of the term. This was for sure utilized in the first centuries of the Judeo-Christian tradition first, and then the Islamic tradition as well, to define people that lived in the non-urban areas, and that's why they were rural, in the Rus, right? And the Rus as intended in this bucolic sense, the countryside, not the Rus in the Ugro-Finnic or Germanic term, the people of the Ruotsi, not in that sense. People that were therefore backwards and still believe in the old gods, in the old spirits. It was a negative term, not because pagus, paganus, as translation for little town, rural area, was intrinsically bad, because it was utilized as a negative version of rural people with no knowledge, no education, even rednecks, we could say, backwards, the obscurantist people. And this is something that was added much later, and it's not intrinsic to the value, and by definition, it's also contradictory of what the the unity of those practices were all about. Plus, uniting all paganism as if it was one single religion, this will also be a mistake, despite the fact that the similarities are more coherent rather than the opposite. Now, what about going back to the ancient times, the pre-monotheistic times? And by the way, this does not mean that this form of paganism could not have been filtered through monotheistic themes, because the people of the sea, the Phoenicians as well, the culture of Canaan and so on and so forth, were themselves morphed and readapted, not repressed, but readapted, reincorporated. And so this is something that since the beginning of time was the case. But what about the theoretical approach of this ideal? So mind and body as the perception of something that happens in this world, the body, but it also has a deeper form of essence. Deeper form of essence, it's something that in Greek philosophy, think about Plato, had to do with this veil. Okay, so in a matter-based experience, this world, right? But something that is connected to something transcendental. So to go back to Buddhist meditation, or meditation in general, what happens when we meditate? Well, when we meditate, there's a parachronistic moment, a moment outside of time and space, of eternal presence. This moment is achieved by removing the external shells of the ego, and I'm using ego here in somewhat imprecise version, a version that has to do with westernized application of pseudo-Freudian psychoanalysis, where the ego was not considered a bad thing, but keep in mind that ego is simply the first person pronoun in Latin, so it's equivalent to I or ich or yo or ya, etc., as in Bulgarian. So you meditate and remove this external shell of the ego, and this constructed self disappears, and we can get rid of unnecessary illusions, or delusion, I dare to say, because in Italic languages the term for illusion is actually delusione. And by getting rid of these layers, we get rid of the thing that trapped us in the material world. We get rid of this veil of Maya that prevents us from seeing clarity, seeing clearly. Okay. Now we are trapped in a sense that we are free. Not because we do not recognize the essence of the body. We are, as many people have said before me, spiritual being making an earthly or chthonic experience, but because this earthly element is the one that allows us to navigate the experience itself. It's like getting rid of a car if you want to be free to walk around, but approaching the car as a container, as a boundary that allows you to go from point A to point B. So this veil of Maya that we're getting rid of, it's connected to the shadow or the shell, to the doppelganger, to this element discussed in Plato that thought that primary forms give rise to material objects, giving them shape and meaning. But they also, these primary forms also give identity, purpose, structure, and function. So everything we perceive, and keep this in mind because that's what we base our current scientific knowledge upon, things we can perceive either with our senses or with our technology. Nothing else is important, really, okay? So everything material we perceive is actually just a shadow of something deeper. So we're actually investigating things that are not as important, just the external shell. So this will be connected to the immortal world of forms, the immortal forms or ideas, which is a concept at the center of the Greco-Roman culture, in itself influencing the later development of Semitic culture as well. Although with a solid presence in early Islamic philosophy, Zoroastrianism, Sufi mysticism, Gnosticism, etc., etc. Although within Gnosticism, and to some extent, Bogomilism and some theories within the Cathars, the emphasis of the negativity, the intrinsic evil of the material form of the world itself, of matter, of nature, it's something that it's not coherent to this view. The world is not to be rejected as intrinsically bad. It's simply to be put at a proper distance so it doesn't swallow us alive. We are, in other words, we're not of this world. We are simply in this world. Okay. Now, okay, so if you're in this world, since we're talking about mind-body connection, is the soul separate from the body as in eternal, since the body is doomed to have biological decay, or not? Well, if you want to be coherent and reading through this idea, in the Phaedo, Socrates pointed out that A, there is a separation between body and soul, B, the soul is indeed immortal, and C, there is an afterlife. So this is something that was coherent in the ancient world, expected to be the case with some translation different modalities, but there was no doubt that life in itself did not end with material decay. There were some elements of philosophy which we discussed in week 5 that we would quantify nowadays as either skeptical, agnostic, or atheist, depending where which you put the attention on. But nevertheless, in the ancient world, this was definitely the most important way to approach reality. Now, does Socrates provide evidence for this? Well, he has 4 main arguments to defend that. The first one is the cyclical argument, or the opposites argument. The second one is the theory of recollection. Then you have the affinity argument, and then the final argument from form of life. Now, to be more specific, the eternity and unchangeableness of forms is explained in the first argument as basis for the 2 poles, body versus soul. By theory of recollection, Socrates identified a different form of knowledge we can obtain through the information the soul carries before physical birth. So again, contrary to physical experience, contrary to perceptual modalities based on our senses or our technologies, even before we are born. The affinity argument, instead, focuses on the external manifestation of body versus soul. In the first case, we are talking about perceivable, moral, material elements. In the second case, we define the soul as the opposite of all of this, and as such, a soul as able to continue life after physical death. The very last one, the final arguments, defines the causal element of all the things we perceive. In other words, the forms are true reality, both incorporeal and static, in which all material things participate. How about Aristotle, since we talked about Aristotle multiple times here? Well, Aristotle's ideas are slightly different. So he viewed mind as a faculty of the soul. Thus, mind and body are 2 aspects of the same thing, which again brings us back to Vladimir Lossky and the idea of the Trinitarian approach, right? So the same way as God the Father, God the Son, and the Holy Spirit are 3 entities, we could say, with an ontological sense. We could use the metaphor of gold. Gold can be a golden ring. Gold can be, metaphorically speaking, a golden sunset or sunrise, or can be a golden leaf used in fine arts, etc., etc., etc. So mind and body are as 2 aspects of the same thing, okay? And a metaphor that's coherent with Aristotle would be the metaphor indicating a connection between the shape of a physical object and the object itself. Other philosophers that you might want to read about in the textbooks are Leucippus, Democritus, Lucretius, and their approach regarding the universe as actually composed by being and void, so made up by atoms, these indivisible particles. Now, other philosophers that are cited in this chapter, in contrast sometimes to this metaphysical transcendental element, are Daniel Dennett. We mentioned his name when we talked about free will and the Libet experiment. Nordhoff, in regard to compatibility of mental causation with classical, formal, and final causality. Celia Green in the context of interactionism, David Ray Griffin with pan-experientialism, John Searle in terms of the false dichotomy of the mind-body problem, Alfred North Whitehead with panpsychism, Walter Freeman with circular causation over linear causation, and Ryle with the specific criticism of the Cartesian-based ghost in the machine, something that you probably heard multiple times before. And again, for a full review of the possibilities that the dualism, epiphenomenalism, psychophysics parallelism, and non-reducing physicalism, you could also refer to the central part of this chapter and table 4 with the model proposed by Baxter. Again, this relates to what we said in previous week about the connection between science, society, identity, perception, sense of belonging. And I want to quote Stanislav Grof again. He wrote that according to the Newtonian Cartesian paradigm of traditional Western science, the restrictions and limitations in regard to human perception are absolutely mandatory and definitive, since they result from the material nature of the world and are determined by physiological laws of perception. However, modern consciousness research has clearly demonstrated that in transpersonal experiences, this limitation, again, the limitation of physical material nature, do not apply and can be transcended. This represents a critical challenge not only for psychiatry and psychology, and in our field, of course, neuroscience, but for the entire philosophy of Western science. Now, of course, Western science specifically understood as Western Anglo-Saxon model, a science that forgot or at least does not want to remember where it came from after the age of Industrial Revolution, after the age of Enlightenment, after the age of artificial forced separation between empiricism, evidence-based science, and transcendental factors. This is connected to understanding structure and function of what mind actually is, to hylomorphism in the version by Jaworski, as well in understanding what rational physical phenomena are in general. And I want to quote Anspacher here from Quantum Approaches to Consciousness from the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Anspacher in 2015 wrote, "One rationale for the focus on psychological phenomena is that their detailed study is a necessary precondition for further questions as to their neural correlates. Therefore, the investigation of mental quantum feature resists the temptation to reduce them all too quickly to neural activity. There are several kinds of psychological phenomena which have been addressed in the spirit of mental quantum feature so far: decision processes, order effects, bistable perception, learning, agency, semantic networks, and superquantum entanglement correlations." So again, our current materialist paradigm no longer is sufficient to describe the mind-body connections. We could begin with the scientific method, which is the evidence-based, the observational, empirical. We mentioned that in regard to modernism, to positivism, and to postmodernism, and the Age of Enlightenment, and the golden rule, so to speak, of double-blind, case control, randomized trials. The principle of falsifiability, the hierarchy of evidence. And then the second one would be the philosophical model and method, since the focus of this chapter is philosophy as basic approach toward neuroscience. And we mentioned this multiple times in the context of natural philosophy, that this overall understanding of the field underlying science. So philosophical model and methods, each of which depends on multiple positions, and we will see whether we should embrace or not a how can I define this? A relativist perspective. And then third, the artistic model and method, which is something that might be surprising to some of you in a course on neuroscience, including theories of perceptions to art movements and philosophies, to the sheer enjoyment through the senses. So the importance of understanding through our own perspective, our pleasure even. We'll talk about that in the second part of this chapter, as well as artistic model and method to the social, political, the sense or meaning making, the affirming, affirmative, activating, and even activist component of performance art. We talked about this especially in connection to society and the understanding of current issues. The fourth one will be actually the spiritual, meditative, transcendental, religious model and method. This again with special reference to mystical experiences, but also NDEs, OOBEs, alternate state of consciousness, neurotheology, etc. This is fundamental because we're talking about mind-body connection. So when we will discuss the difference or similarity between mind, body, spirit, and soul, this will be a very important perspective to take into account. We can relate to John Gray's view on contemporary science in relation to Kurzweil's singularity, which in modern times resembles what magic was for ancient civilization. So provided a general sense of hope toward the achievement of eternal life. Now, since we mentioned Hegel, think of this perspective. So according to the German philosopher, the absolute knowledge presents itself, though not in a conceptual form, proper of the German concept of Begriff, the concept, right? But in a pictorial form, okay? So imagine this imaginative, figurative, transcendental form as described by the Vorstellung. This will be the term that Hegel uses, this representation, okay? So it's a poetic, imaginative, creative expression, almost idiomatic, to represent oneself, to imagine a possible future outcome, the Stell dir vor. It's a pictorial form which is essential to understand why we are arguing that philosophy can be a basic approach toward neuroscience. It is not contrary to the scientific method. It's not contrary to the scientific basis of laboratory science, but it's something that goes beyond that. The appropriate philosophical methodology should thus follow a formal dialectical process, keep in mind Hegelian dialectics, but should engage in an introspective rememorization, recollection. We talked about introspection last week, and this is connection to memory, recollection, and Erinnerung will be the original term. This speculative philosophy. Think about Giambattista Vico, for instance. Now, there could be a criticism to this, because one might argue, why adding this philosophical, transcendental, even religious perspective to neuroscience? We should stick to empirical science, to evidence-based science, as if the former is opposite to the latter. Well, criticism to traditional religions often identify the perceived delusional, illusional aspect of belief and practice, as in, well, please, let's remove anything religious from the discussion on science, because, first of all, we don't have any way to prove it, beside maybe coercion, and this is really contrary to the ethics of science. And also, you cannot force someone to believe in the absence of evidence, in spite of evidence. Some of the atheist philosopher would suggest. Now, delusion, illusion associated with religion. Now, in this view, revealed religion is an illusion, because its truth is always something that has to be represented, non-conceptualized. Now, this is not necessarily a criticism, however, okay, because the view that we just mentioned in regard to Vico and Hegel says that the content of religion is correct, but the form is wrong. And so it's not something that is understood from a perspective of concept alone, okay? But it has to be represented. The representation, to a very big extent, it's a dramatic representation, it's a poetic representation, it's recreation, it's liturgical in nature. It's remanifesting in the present time something that is, by definition, outside of space and time. Now, this certainly defines the problematic relation between illusion, representation, perception, conceptualization, and revelation of metaphysical messages. And even the phenomenology of psychiatric events. We talked about this in regard to the criticism to this neuroscientistic approach that often Western psychiatry utilizes. Now, definition of manifestation or epiphany are very important in analyzing the cognitive rational perspective as preferred method of investigation of such issues. To provide an example here, a rationalization or cognitivation of the figure or the image of a divine being, or of the Spirit, the Holy Ghost even, would not make sense at all according to this analysis, to Verein's interpretation of Hegel, because of the nature and substance of this spiritual entity. It does not even make sense to rationalize it, to use cognitive approaches, which are in the end what we use in science, in evidence-based science, to better understand it. To continue with our analysis here, we'll stick to Hegel. There is a term that he utilizes, the beautiful soul. And keep in mind what we said about this connection between beauty in an aesthetic sense, perceptual sense, which has to do again with our perception. If this perception is accurate, it's in the right place. You could say it's not sick, it's not disoriented, it's not disordered. This beauty is both, again, aesthetic as well as ethic. Okay? So the beautiful soul is both the very intuition of the divine as well as the divine intuition of itself. Keep in mind this phenomenal aspect of human beings in the sense that separates them from other animals, this recognition of themselves as self, as thinking self, we could say, to push a bit the Cartesian understanding, the thing, therefore I am. So the divine intuition of itself, the self own acts in juxtaposition, contraposition to what was content, the content in a cognitive sense of the religious perspective. Now, we could also mention, since we will talk about neurolinguistics, that this is the reason beyond the divine nature of language, which is something you can find throughout the ancient world, from our current alphabet, alpha and beta, to the abjad, to the runes, to the Egyptian hieroglyphs, to the pictograms, the hieroglyphs, etc., etc., etc. Because the divine nature of language learned at the level of the meaning, das Meinen in German, because of its connection to poetry, and the fact that in the end it leads to philosophy, to a communion with itself. Last week we talked about the unio mystica, the mystical union, right? So the reason beyond the divine nature of language is learned at the level of meaning, since the real cannot be said, cannot be uttered. This is a phenomenal analogy. Now, one of the things that we also have to keep in mind is some of the cognitive, or rather biased cognitive scientific approaches to making science real nowadays, and this is connected to this progressive split into multiple subfields. Now, this course analyzes multiple subfields of neuroscience, but think about what happens in science in terms of dividing multiple subfields where the connection between these fields would be more important. Well, this has a direct impact on funding research studies. To think of one example, and for instance, application toward grants, right? So if the amount of money is limited, if you apply to private grants or to the NIH, for instance, and everyone wants the money, every researcher needs the money to perform research, well, one of the best ways to access these funds is exactly to further subdivide the fields of science, field of medicine, which in turn promotes the idea that it's actually better to know a lot more about a very limited area of investigation. Now, this is not necessarily a bad thing in itself. We mentioned this throughout this course, that nobody can be an expert in everything. But if this ultimately results into a lack of communication between fields, this turns into a lack of perception of the bigger picture, and it's only an economical factor, not a really scientific one. Because what does it mean to be an expert? Yet again, we mentioned this. An expert is someone who experiences, right? It's someone who has or makes an experience. So, despite the fact that science has to account for the subjective experience in this context. Now, moving on to the central part of, or one of the central parts of this chapter, let's move to the triple S model, self, soul, and spirit. we will begin our voyage here by analyzing critical neuroscience yet again as a direct heir of epistemology and heuristics. Now, we mentioned this in the context of Aristotelian episteme, techne, and phronesis. So if the question is, in week 13 and 14, toward the end of this semester, what is critical neuroscience? What does it do? Well, critical neuroscience has the duty to investigate the fallacies such as deriving, please pay attention, a prescription for a pure description. Critical neuroscience, yet again, has the duty to investigate the fallacies such as deriving a prescription for a pure description, or in general, deriving prescription from pure description. This is a quote by Moore. And this, again, is a core concept of the course. More than the idea that I would like to bring to your attention is that science cannot and should not be separated from considerations that are usually connected to philosophy, ethics, and even spirituality, metaphysics, considerations around what should we do, what is the proper way to exist, how can we develop empathy, how can we develop love. Now, the link between pure description, okay, and what our mind and soul really are, or what our brain should do, is at the center of deriving prescription for pure description. This is the same problem we encounter in week 4 and 5. Just by observing things, we cannot necessarily infer what those things are in a deeper sense, what they should do. Now, this is not to say that, similar to what we seen in discussing Thomistic philosophy, that through the book of nature, so through the analysis of neuroanatomy, structure, function, fMRI, we could not find the book of God, so to speak, because if there is a God, if there is a divine presence in the world, well, it's fair to assume, and the reason why this is fair, it was already analyzed in previous weeks, that the language is the language of nature. Science and divine elements, scientific method and spirituality should not fight against one another because they come from the same source. That's the whole idea. But we cannot simply infer that our sheer observation and pure observation alone can tell us about this inner nature of things, the inner essence of things. And this is what brings us to the suggestion here, the triple S model that this chapter presents. The triple S indicates the initial of self, soul, and spirit, starting with an examination of the clinical context. What does it mean to apply neuroscience to better understand the mind-body connection in these three areas to understand ourself, our soul, and our spirit? It's a tripartite component of our existential experience, and we mentioned this number 3 several times in this course. And some of the images that we'll present to you here as part of this video, some of them are included in the textbook, some instead are brand new, and you can only find it in this video, have to do with this element of 3 from a philosophical and even theological perspective. I will make sure to provide you with multiple examples from monotheistic sources as well as polytheistic sources, spirituality, philosophy, and religion in general. So imagine this 3 model, the tripartite component of our existential experience could be viewed in this way. So there are 3 ways to describe and define human experience. Experience as individual, an individual experience, or subjectively understood. Experience as transcendental or internally felt. And finally, experience as metaphysical or divinely inspired. Now, in the textbook, you'll see that it's always and or because of the needed clarity here. And this is because there are multiple ways to interpret that, But those three areas are the ones that we should always take into account to better understand the mind-body problem. Okay, so an individual experience, a transcendental experience, and a metaphysical experience, they have to do with the three elements. You could say they have to do with spirit, body, and mind. They have to do with self, soul, and spirit, and they have to do with understanding, thinking about cognition in a subjective sense. They have to be connected to feelings and emotions internally, right? And have to be connected to the divine breath, we could say. We mentioned this in week 2 and 3 regarding the élan vital, or the bios, vis, the ruach in Semitic languages, Geist or ghost, and spiritus, right? Inspiration, the breath of life, the Atman, okay, the metaphysical, the element that goes beyond the physical. Now, how can we better understand this framework? Okay, because there are three elements, okay, and we have to better define what self, soul, and spirit are. And I always suggest students to start with an etymological analysis. Sorry, got a little stuck there. What does it mean self? What does it mean soul? What does it mean spirit? And the framework that we use is critical by definition. Okay. We don't want to just push this idea, but it's critical in that it examines the first level of data collection from experimental studies in neuroscience. Okay, so you have to understand what the science tells us, because you have solid scientific evidence in front of you. Data collection from experimental studies as the first level. The second level of scientific and philosophical interpretation, which in modernist times, in a positivistic sense, in materialistic sense, is really mechanical, process-based, as well as solidly mathematical, statistical, epidemiological. And the third level is actually the direct implication for the life lived. So the scientific assumption that all the processes involved in neurolinguistics have a natural origin rather than a divine revelation, which is contrary to what we said earlier as a speculative analysis from anthropological and religious standpoint regard to the birth and origin of the alphabets. Okay, so a natural in terms of matter, essential origin. Okay, and whichever the case, let's leave it like that. So natural origin as opposed to supernatural, paranatural entity. Although the latter term doesn't really make sense because it's not about being above nature or outside of nature. Granted, the divine being God, it's not part of nature in itself, because it's separate, it creates nature, but it can also be found in nature. So you might assume that it will not be theologically incorrect to say that neurobiology, for instance, will be accounted for, if not in a causal sense, in a very strong correlation sense, toward the development of language itself. And this is connected to Broca's, Wernicke, for instance, as well as, to Haken, to Alexander Luria, Edith Crowley-Traeger, many others, within this assumption, the development of language from an evolutionary biology perspective. Now, whether this analysis is connected to the one of complex linguistic forms, such as indicators, sentences, psychological processes, mechanism, priming versus meaning, or the observation of neural activities as a correlational activator of semantic sequences and algorithm. The issues here is how can we quantify that scientifically speaking? How can we predict something scientifically speaking? Which is, again, the issue of how can we push what we observe to the meaning, the translation of neurological processes into psychological theories, okay? And models that can explain language in connection to our sensory apparatus, to auditory stimuli. Now, to give an example, think about the serial model by Janet Fodor and Lynn Fraser, or the unification model that was proposed by Gerard Campen and Theo Fosse. Now, this is only a basic analysis of neurolinguistics, which in itself contains a semantic analysis of meaning versus value judgments, as well as what it means to understand ourselves through language, self-knowledge. This is something that Charles Leslie Stevenson discussed in examining the cognitive use of language. So our understanding, our self-knowledge through communication with other human beings in specific context. Now, without getting too much detail here, please review the text. With the first pattern analysis focusing on the two parts of ethical statements, the speaker's declaration, i.e. the declaration of the speaker's attitude, and an imperative to follow in a specular way, to mimic, to copy, and mirror it. This is extremely important in connection to mirror neurons, to what we said about empathy and pruning and development, both neural development and psychological development in general. Now, cognitive, attentive, or attentional test monitoring studies originate from the semantic analysis design. More specifically, because I want to provide some elements here, for instance, the probe verification, in which a series of sentences is analyzed by presenting the subject with a probe word following each statement. In this type of experimental study, the subject then has to identify the presence of such words in the previously administered sentence. From this perspective, this experimentation is akin to acceptability, judgment, task-based research studies, and other types of research areas, for instance, lexical decision tests using priming studies, or research on grammatical acceptability or semantic acceptability, shared by linguistics in general, including lexicology and morphology, semantics, syntax, phonetics and phonology, pragmatics, etc., etc. Now, you might wonder, what scientific methods do we use beside the theoretical analysis here? A theoretical analysis that it's not less scientific, because the analysis of words is extremely important even in testing parameters. Think about the Big Five personality test, that it's fully semantic in its origin, the analysis of words and synonym in English language at least. So it's not to say that it's less than what we find through neuroimaging, for instance. We measure this multiple times. But if you were to ask, okay, what about technologies that are used here? Well, functional near infrared spectroscopy might be one of them. DTI, or diffusion tensor imaging, that is especially useful to track neural connections between brain areas while the task is performed. But also quantitative data in relation to reaction time. Think of the Libet experiment, the acquisition time, decision time, and ordering processing of linguistic patterns by the subject. Now, to be more specific here, if we observe with an EEG a certain pattern of neural activity following a specific task, we can identify discrete values of brain responses. On a computational level, we can calculate, we can verify in terms of specific numbers those differences. Now, the common neural responses reflecting semantic processes are at the center of this investigation. So think about ELAN, N400, and P600. And just to clarify here, when we mention N400, we mean the component of a time-locked EEG signals known as event-related potentials, or ERP. It is a negative going deflection peaking about 400 millisecond post-stimulus onset. Okay, so it's part of the normal brain response to word or other stimuli, and that's why we utilize them in this context. What else? Well, there is stimulation, either direct cortical stimulation or transcranial magnetic stimulations, or observing grammar syntax anomalies in the order, disposition, and conceptual structure of words within sentences, by providing evidential relations for the N400 effect or the P600 response. Think about certain studies by Embick, Osterhout, Kutas, Hilliard, and the further use of the knowledge gathered by these language anomalies to language acquisition in comparison to other techniques, electrophysiological techniques, electrocorticography, etc., etc. Maybe also the observational type of studies have to do with what some researchers use, and they will use an artificial experimental structure to better investigate working memory and language processing, as well as avoiding bias originating from the subject's over-focusing on the experiment itself and stimuli. Because the distraction discount might come from multiple stimuli to release a mismatched negativity response, the MMN, or by asking the subject to engage in multiple tasks at once, as in the case of the double task experiment. Now, the use of neuroimaging techniques in this context allows for a deeper comparison between language processing and whichever neural underpinnings you find at baseline, to monitor area-specific developmental stages, but also to incorporate a broader analysis on pruning, neuroplasticity, the increasing gray and white matter. And in this context, the subtraction paradigm focuses exactly on such comparison. All right, let's talk about neuroheuristics or neuristics, these two terms that analyze the scientific information on neural activity from within, adopting a problem-solving framework including complexity, non-reducibility, deduction, induction, intuition-based debate, and abstract versus extract philosophical speculation, particularly in relation to cognitive examination of decision-making procedures. So, what does neuroheuristics do? Well, they utilize the fundamental data of neurosciences, specifically from neurobiology, to follow a bottom-up process, and again, this is a theoretical bias, to understand the structure and function of the central nervous system. So what's one of the challenges to neuroheuristics? Well, it's a very difficult task of monitoring multiple neuroanatomical areas and relate them to what happens outside, to external variables. And we mentioned double heuristics. Other terms that are important to keep in mind are the quantum physics debate, the black box theory. Okay, black box theory connected to the camera obscura, right? From which the English term camera for DSLR, for instance, came from, and the aspect of being unaware, or being, actually, let me rephrase, aware of being unaware. Okay, these quantitative and qualitative aspects that heuristic understands. So the lack of knowledge, you could say, that we perceive as human beings. The understanding of hermeneutics as a para-reflective understanding is at the center of the debate on the interpretation of medical disorders, and is therefore a founding component not only of medicine, but also psychology and bridging fields such as medical humanities or narrative medicine. Think of the work by Maria Giulia Marini, Brian Horowitz, or Tricia Greenblatt. Furthermore, we could mention the understanding of heuristics in terms of knowing what we know and better understand our decision-making processes, so as we don't encounter mistakes. We account for mistakes. We have a predictive power so that we make ourselves more scientific. Our thinking process becomes more scientific. And the more we know, the more we educate ourselves, the better we will exist, the better we will feel, the less sick we will get eventually. And this is connected to what Plato had to say, especially for the ones of you that are enrolled in other courses I teach, specifically the one on the scientific method and complementary alternative integrative medicine. Plato actually defined illness as originating in metaphysical ignorance, right? So the connection between being sick in our mind, as in being disoriented, disordered, ignorant, in our understanding or cognitive understanding has a reflection to this lack of balance in our body. And yet again, this mind-body connection is extremely clear. Now, if there is an imbalance of cognition, imbalance of mind, an imbalance of spirit, then is an imbalance in the soul. Now, from the perspective of neuroscience, this imbalance deprives the mind soul from its virtues connected to the absolute truth, being and the divine essence. According to this, Platonic perspective. Now, philosophically understood, the human soul mind is in constant motion toward becoming more rational, and yet again, mind, spirit as oriented toward rationality, toward intellect, toward understanding. So, involving awareness and consciousness. Now, according to this rationality component, rationality as in ratio, we mentioned this, and we mentioned this when we talked about Vermins and Hegel again. There is a constant battle of the soul against the influence of evil, which ultimately causes physical and psychical disorders. So, how can we find balance again? Well, we need to listen to our bodies, and here is where we find, the importance of a solid scientific method, medicine, as well as meditation practices, breathing exercises. And what about our mind? What about our intellect? Well, through education, we will get physically and psychologically and spiritually healthy again. Okay, so this type of education, conducting oneself from point A to B, ex ducere, ex ducare, we could say in Latin, it's actually self-education, not in the sense that you just create education from scratch, by virtue of imagining things and not pay attention to what someone else has to teach you, or even life itself has to teach you. But it's self-education because it's the education of the self. Think about what we said about curing the soul, the cura anime, the curatus anime. What is important about neuroeconomics? Well, it's important because we're talking about our existence in the world, our behavior, and behavior in this context is interpreted from the perspective of single decision in the individual or multiple decisions, as well as a single better, worse choice among many options. So, of course, it's connected to ethics. Now, in mainstream modern neuroeconomics, the main assumptions follow the ones of contemporary economics, particularly in regard to expected utility, utility maximization, as in Bernoulli, logical base of informed and rational agent-based decision, and standardized single currency system models on overall utility values. Now, this is, of course, connected to what we said a few weeks ago regarding the materialist or utilitarianist connection between capitalism and communism, and the related criticism to mainstream economic systems. Now, a similar criticism is found in the definition of risk and avoidable or unwanted outcomes, and on whether firing rates of individual neurons can be understood under the lens of better choice or decisions to avoid. And I refer in this context to the bibliography at the end of the textbook, but particularly the studies by Padova, Schioppa, and Assad on the orbitofrontal cortex of monkeys. As animals, especially humans, make decisions in a social environment, elements of social neuroscience and psychology or sociology are used in this field to account for the amount of social effects from each decision of series or choices. Now, there are several examples here connected to morality, value, judgment. Think of the prisoner's dilemma by Flood and Drescher, where the concept of trust plays a fundamental role in that it determines the level of cooperation between individuals, among individuals, and on the level of neuroeconomics, the increased outcome in terms of spread shared benefit within social cooperation is compared with individual single gain, the gain of the individual, and it's modulated by the presence of oxytocin and the activation of the reward pathways in the central nervous system, more specifically the ventral striatum, as well as the tegmental area in the brain. And this provides, yet again, a solid neuroscientific, neurobiological, neuroanatomical, and functional perspectives to understand how we function, how we reason, how we make choices as human beings. So And how do we know this? Through neuroimaging technologies, because these studies rely on the analysis of blood oxygenation levels, as well on the presence or absence or increase, decrease of specific chemicals during activation, action, function at baseline. So you compare any activity with a control activity, or you compare average subject with subjects affected by neurocognitive damage, specifically in the case of behavioral or emotional related areas. Think about the limbic system, particularly the amygdala, and so oxytocin in this kind of plays a fundamental role. But we should also mention serotonin in relation to intertemporal choice, the expected utility assigned by human subjects to events occurring at different times, as opposed to the assumed consistency of choice found in discounted utility, the presence of dopamine as well, and increased activation of the dopamine reward pathways in the nucleus accumbens, as well as the B8 area of frontal median cortex, the frontal parietal cortex, and the medial prefrontal cortex for difficult decision-making processes involving uncertainties. And this is very, very important to verify, again, the difference between baseline and outliers, normal and abnormal behavior. And just to mention the work by Kahneman and Tversky, because it's mentioned throughout economics, the generalized tendency to overweight small probabilities and underweight large ones in terms of showing risk-seeking behaviors, and the neural basis for this, when the balance between sheer uncertainty and risk appears to show heaviness, on the latter, as in gaming or gambling, we notice, interestingly enough, an increased activation of the insular cortex. So these are fascinating fields, as are fascinating the other fields to which neuroeconomics connect. So psychology, think about Bandura and Michel on decision making. Think about the concept of immediate and delayed reward. Where, of course, the neural underpinnings appear to be the lateral prefrontal cortex, albeit with a ratio differential. But to be specific, what we know through research is that the limbic system is generally more activated in the case of impulsive decisions, as you probably expect, while the cortex is more activated in general aspect of intertemporal decision processes. So it's about ratio. The ratio of limbic to cortex activation decreased as a function of the amount of time passed until the reward, regardless if the reward is actually obtained or is perceived as such. And this will also explain the activation of other chemical components, particularly hormones and neurotransmitters, as well as the production of stress-related chemicals, cortisol, and the activation of stress response, which is in turn extremely important when talking about addiction in general, drug addiction more specifically. So this is a fascinating field that is part of neuroscience as a whole. Let's talk about artificial intelligence briefly, Edgar, to say, because I refer to the research studies presented as part of the bibliographical direction in this textbook, starting by understanding the term. So we talked about intelligence multiple times, so just a brief review here. What do we mean by artificial? Well, it comes from, as usual, the Latin artificialis or artificialis, depending if you use the current pronunciation or the archaic one, or the ecclesiastical church pronunciation, the Italian pronunciation, as opposed to the traditional pronunciation. So artificial as made with or made by or made out of art as in techne, so something that you create, so something that is artificial, so produced by human beings rather than occurring naturally. So usually this means by copying or imitating something natural. That's at least how artificial came to be in English language. So, what do we mean by that? Well, we could mean things such as computer-brain interface and things that connect our knowledge of our human brain-based processes to the application of such processes in informatics, for instance. Okay, so comprehension and perception, capacity for logic, learning, planning, creativity, and problem solving. As far as human processes. Now, the main problem in identifying perception has to do with the connection with the self, so self-awareness, self-perception, and connection to what we know about human intelligence, how we can read between these lines. And so at the center of the development of artificial intelligence technologies, we find indeed pattern recognition, for instance, the ability to recognize facial expressions on one side and familiar faces on the other. This is a particular feature of human beings, as you already know. Think about prosopagnosia in this context, but also the study of communication, language understanding, speech production, concept formation, and the ability to read again between the lines. Think about the theory of multiple intelligences by Gardner. So these 8 main abilities, right, as basis for related intelligence: the linguistic, the logical, mathematical, the spatial, the musical, the bodily, the kinesthetic, the interpersonal, and intrapersonal, as well as the intelligence compensation theory, the ICT by Wood and Engard, or the investment theory based on the Kettle-Horn-Carroll theory, the LI effect or latent inhibition by Lyubov and Moore, the parieto-frontal integration theory of intelligence, Jean Piaget talking about developmental psychology, the PASS or PASS theory of intelligence by Luria, the process personal intelligent knowledge theory, the triarchy theory of intelligence by Sternberg, and many others. In discussing sense, purpose, and meaning, the textbook does not propose a final solution of the mind-body problem, because this final has to do with either termination or end of a process, but also with some types of goal function, as well as boundary, perimeter, which really is connected to sense, purpose, and meaning, because it's about defining something, and this defining has to do with finis, right, with the boundary, the perimeter, and it's a definition that varies from individual to individual, subjectively and personally. So we could argue that there can be multiple solutions to the mind-body problems. In fact, as many solutions as there are individuals, or even more, as there are perspectives of viewpoints or traits, even personalities within each individual. But we have to figure out whether this is actually a good approach or not, because aside from the fact that there might be more than one individual, thinking about what we said about corpus callosotomy, or that there might be some transcendental elements, we mentioned this multiple times, the diabalane versus cymbalane, the diabolic component, this split black and white component, the diabolus, right, versus the symbolic possession and interpretation, right? So how to phrase this, how to understand the sense, purpose, and meaning? Well, by using a relatively relativistic view, okay, according to which there are philosophical positions and worldviews that might have certain neural underpinnings, and vice versa, neural underpinnings that presuppose philosophical positions. Now, so this is really expanding philosophy to philosophy itself and neuroscience to neuroscience itself. So what do we mean by relatively relativistic? Well, an individual might embrace a certain stance on the mind-body problem or the hard problem of consciousness exactly because a certain state of mind in an individual's brain. Okay, so this does not mean that this state of mind is necessarily caused by the brain, but the very fact that there is a certain state of mind in a person might push, so to speak, the person to embrace this or that philosophical element. But this is also true for the vice versa perspective, that working on certain philosophical elements, which you could say have to do with working on an intellectual development, not just a cognitive development, but also a spiritual development, since we mentioned 1,000 times at this point the connection between the spirit and the intellect, the spiritual self and the rational self. So if you develop that, then your brain will change accordingly. We do know this through neuroplasticity, and think about meditation and prayer and integrate practices, and we can verify this in terms of everything we say so far about how we process information. Okay, so this could be viewed as going beyond double hermeneutics and going to a triple hermeneutics, which is necessary for the THTS, the triple S model. So triple hermeneutics for triple S model, self, soul, and spirit, THTS. Again, this connection to the sensus divinitatis, what we said about Plantinga, for instance, the relation between sin, for instance, lack of processes, and mental disorder. Now, the application of nature versus nurture, mutual influence, mind over matter versus matter over mind, would, however, not necessarily lead to the dismissal of any absolute or universal truth. Okay, so the fact that we're using this relatively relativistic perspective does not mean that we are embracing relativism in understanding mind-body connection, but it will actually lead to the realization that there are ulterior perceptual modalities, the content of which can only be understood with a different mindset, a different state of mind, ultimately a different state of consciousness. Now, is this our opinion? Of course, it's discussed that in the textbook, but it's an applied opinion to evaluate the evidence of the existence of these states, of multiple modalities of perceiving, of understanding, and ultimately of being, and of a non-physically based, matter-based form of mind, soul, and spirit. So in other words, there is more to our brain than our body alone. We are more than just our bodies as human beings. We do indeed have a soul and a spirit. Okay? Now, we're talking about opinions here, but keep in mind that opinion is connected to the Latin or Italian opinare. The term opinare indicates literally touching, reaching, and creating. So it's really empirically based in this sense. It's very scientific. We're not pushing to say that anybody's opinion is a scientific fact. Of course not. But if we are internally balanced, then our opinions will be informed by this balance. So opinion from opinare. Okay, so touching with the eye, reaching with the eye, creating with the eye. It's a Sanskrit root op. And connect to perception, to grasping, to seeing, right? Conceptualizing, right? Begriff, greifen in German. And it's also touching with the mind, reaching with the mind, creating with the mind. Think of the Sanskrit root up this time, not op, so OP versus AP, found in opus or opera. So our perception actually is our opinion. If our perceptual modalities are intact, our senses, inner senses, intuitive senses, spiritual sense, the sensu divinitatis is intact, then our opinion will be universal, will be intact. Okay, so we should not try to eliminate our subjectivity in reaching a more objective understanding of the mind-body problem, the same way as we should not try to eliminate the place of fact in reaching a more universal healing method. So this is definitely not a postmodernist position that rejects anything absolute and absolutely everything, okay? But possibly the opposite. Some could even argue that our position toward the mind-body problem, the mind-body connection, is really traditional with a capital T, okay? That understands the subjective experience as primary pathway to reach absolute universal truth. It's finding infinite doors to an incredibly vast room beyond. And this is because we're trying to find balance within ourselves and within the world. Again, we are not of the world, we are in the world, okay? And this happens because, philosophically speaking, in terms of society, everything changes. So sometimes this position might be categorized as being on the right end of the socio-political spectrum. Sometimes will be categorized as being on the left of the socio-cultural political spectrum. But according to a balance is by definition at the center, which is exactly at the core of our connection between mind and body. The purpose of studying it is to find this spiritual balance, we could say, because if things are not in balance, that we fall prey of the caducity, the fallacy of human nature. Okay, the decadent in the way decadent as a term is utilized outside of the English linguistic sphere, so something that is falling apart. Think about Stanley Milgram experiment, the obedience experiment, and the connection between authority and obedience to unethical, immoral, and hostile behavior, and the connection with type A and type B when we talk about personality, right? Not cluster A, B, and C of personality disorders, or personality A, B, C, and D, but type A versus type B in terms of the connection between empathy and balance as opposed to aggression and anger. Okay, now, so how do we find these ethical standards, these bases? Well, through ourselves as well as from above. Now, the connection from above is its connection to the legal aspect, the social aspects, but the fact that there has to be freedom of understanding, because anyone, talking about this lack of morality, this Stanley experiment, anyone can commit wrongful acts if under pressure or coercion, under perceived or real authority, or they're made to believe that they're doing the right thing. And that's the issue with an imbalance. Freedom from freedom itself. We might think that we might be free, but in the end, we're actually held captives, and the connection with captivus and bad was already examined in previous weeks. Okay, and there's a further connection, with literary masterpieces. Think of the Banality of Evil by Arendt, or the Evil of Banality by Binich. So. Or the whole discussion on quote unquote bad philosophies that Sartre and Camus, even them, warn us against, right? The bad philosophy as philosophy that promote the full abandonment of reason, rationality, or rational methods, right? Because if you find this balance, your mind and body connection will give you the best of both worlds. You will perceive in a spiritual sense, but you have a strong scientific understanding. Okay, so and even if you want to take a very simple aspects to this interpretation, Sartre and Camus, since human beings are responsible for what man is, and at the same time, man is responsible for other human beings. Man, always chooses the better for himself, and therefore for humanity, because we come from the same core. It's a fascinating thing to keep in mind. So, where does those rules come from? What is this aboveness? Does it come from our biological perspective, or from our body, or does it come from our mind? Well, the aboveness of human ethics, knowing what we should do, can also be aboveness from a higher, more profound sphere, a sphere of light, of spirituality, right? An entity which communicates with us through us, because we as human beings are made of the same, I dare to use the term, divine light, right? So something that's communicated with us through us, again, revelation, revealed to us, discovered, okay, more specifically to the complex apparatus of mind-body processes to create an experience, both objective and subjective. It's a mind-body experience, and therefore a mind-body evidence. We know it to be true because we experience it as true, and therefore it appears to us as true. We have evidence of the truth. It's an experience that has to be fully integrated, right? So the mind-body problems provided both experience and evidence in ontological and practical terms. because we are able to connect the multiple aspects of ourselves and everything comes together. Thank you very much to all of you. This was the last week outside of the textbook, so week 15. I hope you enjoyed critical neuroscience, the mind-body connection. And I also hope to have the opportunity to work with some of you again, either as part of my clinical research or as part of academic teaching, and discover more things about what makes us human. Discover new things about the brain, about the self, about the mind, about the spirit, and why not applying the triple S model to reality as a whole. Thank you very much.